The Sarasota County Legislative District delegation meeting will now come to order. Andrew, would you call the roll?
Senator Gruters. Here. Representatives Buchanan.
Here.
McFarland.
Here.
Nix.
Here.
We're all here.
Great. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum today. Ladies and gentlemen, would you stand if you're able, and we'll do an invocation from Representative Nix, and then Rep. Buchanan will lead us in the pledge.
I would like for everybody to please take a moment of silence for down in Charlotte County. We've got some hurt going on with a local police officer getting shot, Corporal Diaz. So if you could please give a moment of silence for the family. Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you, grateful for the gifts that you bestowed upon us, Father, for giving us an opportunity to continue to meet, Father, to do the good work and the will that you put before us. We pray that your hands be upon all the legislators that are here today, that we look to you for guidance as we continue to move forward, Father. We pray your hands be upon our communities as we continue to heal from Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Irene. Father, we thank you for the glory that you bestowed in here. Father, we pray that you'll be upon everyone speaking, put a hedge of protection around this meeting, and let us always look to glorify you. Of course, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm accustomed to saying beat Army after the pledge, but we did that this weekend. All right, members, welcome to our fresh legislative delegation meeting. We've got some new faces up here. Representative Danny Nix, representing a portion of South Sarasota County. He's our newest delegation member. I am the rotating chair for this year. And we've got Senator Gruters and Representative Buchanan as well. I appreciate you all being here right before we get into the holiday crunch. And I think we've got a full agenda here. We've got some delegation matters to discuss ahead of time, but I think we'll just start off with a quick introduction. I am beginning my third term in office. I represent the coastal portion of Sarasota County. And I'm a Naval Academy grad, which is why I was so proud of our victory this weekend. And I have 4 small children that I have been spending all weekend Christmas shopping for, and decorating the tree and cleaning up broken ornaments. And it's my pleasure to serve you guys. Senator Gruters?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Joe Gruters. I'm the senator that represents 100% of Sarasota County and the southern portion of Manatee County. I'm in my 7th year in the Senate, so we're term limited. I have 2 more years left, which is a good thing because in the legislative process, you have very little power in your first couple years, and you really have a lot of influence in your final 2 years. Basically, I'm on the leadership team for the Senate, and I chair the Fiscal Policy Committee. So it should be a great opportunity for Sarasota to hopefully score a lot of points this year.
Good morning. James Buchanan. I represent House District 74, which is now East Sarasota County. It's hard to believe, but I'm also in my final 2 years in the Florida House. Time flies, I must say. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to represent you in Tallahassee. And for us, today is about listening to you guys, hearing about those issues that are most important to our community, and I look forward to hearing from those stakeholders in our community today. Thank you.
And last but not least, I'm Representative Danny Nix. I am the one with no power because I am brand new. So looking forward to many, many years of working for the District of 75, including South Sarasota County, but understanding that my vote does go to everyone in the state of Florida, which definitely includes you. So I'm looking forward to hearing all that you have to send and share with us today. So thank you for your time in being here.
Great. Now, I've shared this with the delegation ahead of time. We have delegation rules by which we operate, which are consistent with the state laws on how we perform our delegation meeting. I've made some changes that are I don't think they're substantive in nature. We've had our county delegation rules for a number of years. They haven't changed much, so I updated them a little bit. I realized that it was confusing for some of our local groups that want to pursue a local bill. It was confusing for them to figure out the deadlines of when they had to have the language ready and when we needed to publicly notice it and how we would vote on it. So I've aimed to simplify those. And members, I've shared them with you ahead of time. I don't know if there's any questions or discussion that you guys want to have, but I'd like to put those delegation rules to a vote now. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I think we had this conversation before, but the effective date of the new rules will be the next meeting, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for that. My plan is we vote on these today, assuming they pass. These would be our rules going forward. It obviously would not, we couldn't have it impact us after the fact. But this would be the new rules going forward if we need to hold any subsequent delegation meetings ahead of session or moving forward for next year as well.
And by the way, thank you for taking the time to do that. It's not just the folks here that have had some confusion around it. It's also been members of the delegation, so thank you for making some clarifications.
Great. All right, Andrew, would you, you know what, we can just do a voice vote. Is there any opposition, anyone opposed to implementing the new laws as we shared ahead of time? Thank you, Joe. All right, seeing no opposition, we'll show those rules adopted unanimously. Thank you, members. And let's get to work. So we have about 66 presentations, 4 of which are local bills. We're going to do the local bills first, and then we'll start inviting people up to the microphone. So first on the local bills, there is a bill regarding the West Village Improvement District. And I think we have John Lunzinski here to present for us. Thank you, sir. Right over here. So you're recognized.
I'm waiting for,
Oh, yep.
he's doing most of the lifting, so, is this on? Okay. John Lozinski, Chairman of the West Villages Improvement District. What we are trying to do with this local bill amendment is modify or enabling legislation. The main goal here is to clean up how we elect members. The original legislation and enabling the legislation for the district had a very convoluted method of actually calculating how we transfer members from developer board to residents. What we're trying to do is clean it up to make it more straightforward and follow what's districts that have followed us afterwards. This way, it's just by registered voters. The county sends us and says, we hit this number, we convert a member from a developer to a citizen board. Takes out the whole questions of doing these convoluted maps, which every year becomes questions, and actually we're in a lawsuit on that map now, just because when you follow the calculations, there is different opinions on what the legislation actually means.
Mr. Ketchel, do you have anything to add? Members, are there any questions of Mr. Lunzinski? I just have one. This will make the West Villages Improvement District consistent with the voting procedure for other improvement districts across the state.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Members, is there anyone opposed to this local bill? All right, showing unanimous support for carrying this bill forward this upcoming legislative session in comportment with our old delegation laws, which we just updated. I have the power to decide who will sponsor this bill in our upcoming session, so I think I'm going to pick our newest member. Representative Nix, would you, you'll be the sponsor of this local bill going forward. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, next on the agenda, we had a local bill that the county was bringing forward, but as we discussed it over the past week and several days, I think this one we need some more discussion before we bring it forward. So I'm going to pull that one off our agenda. And then next will be the Sarasota Manatee Airport Authority. Mr. Piccolo.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. Our issue is one of we're looking on how we can expedite our permitting and bring this to a better conclusion in the sense that Most people don't understand this, but we actually sit in 3 political jurisdictions. As you enter the parking lot, you're in the city of Sarasota. As you cross the street into the terminal, you're in Sarasota County. And as you go down the concourse, you're now in Manatee County. As well as when you take off from one end of the runway, you're in Sarasota County. And as you lift off at the other end, you're in Manatee County. So you can imagine that it wasn't much of a problem from a permitting and building when we weren't growing very much, but we're growing tremendously, and it creates some tremendous problems in the sense of not that the jurisdictions aren't trying to be as cooperative as possible, but as you know, as one of the fastest growing communities in the state of Florida and in the United States, they have a lot of work to do, and we have the ability to do those permitting operations ourselves. Very similar to the school district if we can have that type of legislation. We're the only commercial service airport in this state that is in 3 political jurisdictions. We're all on the same team. We're government. We're trying to build infrastructure as fast as we can to handle what's needed here. And so we have been working with Representative McFarland's office on this, and all I'm asking is that as we go forward, that we work with you to try and solve this problem and make things quicker. I've also talked with the leaders, the executives, the county administrators, and they would welcome our assistance. We already do fire inspections ourselves. We have our own fire inspectors, and this would take a load off of them and allow us to move quicker to build the infrastructure that's necessary in the community. So I ask your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Piccolo. Members, are there any questions?
I'll just have one. So thank you, Mr. Piccolo, for your service, and I saw that you may be retiring.
Yes,
You
sir.
have done
June 30th.
you've done an amazing job at the airport, so I just want to put that out there first. So you're saying all 3 of the local governments have agreed to this language?
Well, I've talked with their leaders. Marlin retired recently, but all 3 of them at the executive level said that they don't see an issue here from the standpoint of they're so busy with all the permitting and everything they have to do. We still have to follow federal and state. We're heavily regulated. And what we would have to comply with is Florida building codes and state building codes and fire codes. We're not saying that we should just be able to do anything we want. We're just saying that we can handle this in-house ourselves and move these things and these projects along quicker so that we can build the infrastructure that's necessary to serve the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piccolo. I think we've been working on this issue for a while now. I chaired the Transportation Subcommittee last year, so we started a conversation then, and I know we have several potential solutions.
Yes.
We all recognize the problem. You can't build half a baggage claim and then wait for the other half because the permitting schedule is off.
Yes.
So, I mean, we all understand the problem, and I think... so again, my privilege as a chair, I would like to sponsor this bill this session. It would be my pleasure to make this your farewell gift. And we've talked about several possible solutions. We've been drafting some legislation. So what I want to propose to the delegation today is we vote on the commitment to move forward with this as a local bill. We're still finalizing the language, so we don't have the language to vote on today, members, but if we could take a vote on pursuing this as a local bill this session. Is there anyone opposed? See no opposition. We are unanimous in consent of sponsoring a local bill for you this upcoming session.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you all and appreciate all the assistance you've given me over my entire career here. You all have been great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now this last one is a North Venice Farms Association, and I think we have Ms. Nancy Edmondson, who's the director of the association. Ms. Edmondson? Now, we do have bill language in front of us, members. I think, similar to the county's bill, as we've been working over the past week on this, instead of proposing this for a local bill this upcoming session, I'm going to recognize you to just tell us and tell the community what your idea is or what the problem is and what you hope to solve.
Okay, thank
Ms.
you.
Edmondson, you're recognized.
Actually, my name is Linda Masella. Ms. Edmondson couldn't make it this morning. Good morning, esteemed members of the delegation. Thank you for your continued service and dedication to our community. I stand before you to discuss the Venice Heritage Conservation District Act, a proposed local bill that would further define, protect, and preserve the existing rural character and established land uses of our region. This initiative's goal is to uphold and ensure the continuity of our community's longstanding agricultural heritage and ecological integrity. Why is this conservation district so vital? It's the only region in Venice where you'll find the harmony of equestrian activities, livestock raising, and small farming operations coexisting with family homesteads. These lands provide critical nesting and migratory environments for wildlife, offering compatible habitats that simply don't exist anywhere else in our region. Without such a bill, we risk losing forever this irreplaceable mosaic of rural life. A way of life that once lost to development can never be reclaimed. Multiple recent proposals have highlighted the urgent need to better protect our existing landscape, our established infrastructure, and the environmental character we've worked so hard to preserve. These challenges motivated us to pursue a local bill as a thoughtful, long-term solution. Let me be clear, this bill comes at no cost to the state. Instead, it actually helps prevent future financial burdens. Right now, our county officials face relentless pressure to approve high-density developments in areas where infrastructure simply cannot support them. With each new project, they're forced to wrestle with impossible choices about upgrading roads, expanding utilities, managing stormwater systems, all while trying to balance the needs across the entire county. This conservation district would provide a clear, legally sound framework that helps protect county resources and allows officials to focus infrastructure investments where they make the most sense for the taxpayers. The proposed district encompasses the rural area in East Venice as defined on the submitted map. This bill maintains consistency with Sarasota County's open use estate zoning, while safeguarding our unique environmental landscape. Recent storms have starkly highlighted the critical need for this conservation approach, particularly in managing density within our floodplain areas. We've witnessed firsthand how our region faces challenges through stormwater oversaturation from neighboring areas, increased flooding in the Myakka River floodplain, displacement of wildlife and loss of natural habitats, and infrastructure pressures that strain our existing systems. The establishment of this district would ensure the preservation of existing land use patterns, with particular emphasis on maintaining lower densities in flood-prone areas. This approach is critical for flood mitigation and natural water management. It would help assure adequate local public services while protecting against undesirable infrastructure burdens that come with overdevelopment in environmentally sensitive areas. Our approach draws inspiration from successful precedents like the Manasota Key and North Casey Key conservation districts, demonstrating how targeted local legislation can uphold and protect community integrity. This act will not supersede existing state and local county regulations. Instead, it's a collaborative effort led by the North Venice Farms Association, stakeholders committed to preserving and protecting our community's established character. The proposed Venice Heritage Conservation District Act would establish clear district boundaries, preserve existing density patterns, support residential, agricultural, and agritourism activities, protect natural vegetation, create wildlife sanctuaries, and safeguard critical wetland areas. Thank you for your time and your service and your continued commitment to making Venice an even better place to live, work, and thrive.
Thank you, Ms. Masella. I commend the association for your group, for your efforts. I've been talking with the rest of the delegation, and you truly are a grassroots citizen, neighbor-led effort to protect where you live, and that's commendable. We serve at the state level, obviously, and we there's a healthy tension between home rule and preemption. And I've discussed this with some of your members before. And though it's true, we've all voted in support of a bill that does preempt some local authority away. We do it only when it's critically necessary. And I think for this issue, we're not yet convinced that it's critically necessary. Okay. And I understand from several of the other association members that you've started good talks with the county And I think we want to see those conversations mature before we consider running this as a local bill. But I really appreciate you presenting this. You've written a bill. The bill is out there now. There's something for us all to react to, and I know that we will have more discussions going forward and maybe see this next year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Those are our 4 local bills for this morning. We're going to shift to our local governments. First, Commissioner Nunder. How's the county doing? What can we do for you this upcoming session? Sir, you're recognized.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, delegation members, and welcome to the Sarasota County Commission Chamber for your 2025 legislative meeting. It's certainly nice to see all of you healthy and thriving this morning. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our newly elected representative, Mr. Nix, from the southern portion of our county. Had the opportunity to meet you on several occasions. You're a fine young man, and you're going to serve us very well up there in Tallahassee with our colleagues. We'd like to thank you all for your continued leadership, dedication to public service in this area on behalf of our community and the great state of Florida. On behalf of the Sarasota County Commission this morning, I am pleased to speak with you and highlight a few of Sarasota County's legislative priorities for the 2025 year. And first, I'd like to begin with transportation. Our County Commission continues to focus on transportation priorities and humbly ask for your support of our partnership with the state on improvements such as Lorraine Road, the extension from Fruitville to Palmer Road, McIntosh Road, and the Clark Road intersection. For those of us that have grown up here and are familiar with these names, we know that they're desperately in need of some relief. We continue to support the advancement of State Road 681 and the I-75 interchange. That expansion project is very high on our priority list. We'd like to just bring that to your attention. And we remain very grateful and supportive of the governor's Moving Florida Forward initiative that includes Fruitville Road and the I-75 interchange, and look forward to these improvements in the upcoming future. Next, I'd like to go into water quality. As our county commission and staff also remain very keenly focused on water quality, the county's strategic investments to ensure continued water quality is a significant community objective. We thank you for your support last session in the restoration of a healthy little Sarasota Bay, and look forward to supporting dredging maintenance that will require to stabilize that particular area, also known for those of us that are from here and around Midnight Pass. Overwhelming support in our community, and hopefully we have your support on that as well. Moving on to affordable housing, I think it cannot be understated enough how important affordable housing is, not just here in Sarasota County, but throughout the state of Florida. Supporting and continued allocation of full amount of dedicated documentary tax revenues, that's a mouthful, sorry about that, for county affordable housing programs. Sarasota County has started that ball and conversation rolling. We're very proud of our initiatives, and we look forward to enhancing that conversation and moving that particular item forward. Lastly, we'd like to move into beach management. We humbly support increased funding for Gulf Beach Nourishment. We are a coastal community. I think we all know that. The beaches, we all tend to live, work, and play at some way, shape, or form throughout the year on them. Erosion control projects and protection of coastal ecosystems, such as sand dunes and maritime forests. In conclusion, again, thank you for your appreciation of local government and the needs of Sarasota County. Your support of our efforts last legislative session is very much appreciated. We look forward to your support this session. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Commissioner Nunder. Members, any questions for Representative Buchanan? Commissioner Nunder, you've got a question if you'd come back up.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Commissioner Nunder. You're the new chair, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations
Thank you,
to you. Are these items here listed in rank order in each one of these sections? And if not, could you guys get the delegation?
Yeah, absolutely.
a
We'd be
rank
happy
order?
to. I don't know that we've had that discussion, but since you asked Representative Buchanan, I will make sure that we get on that this week as early as tomorrow and make sure that our staff reaches out to yours so that if these are in numerical order, you know, and if not, I would humbly ask that we put them all as number ones for this particular area. But I know that priority is good for you guys up there, and you certainly have a lot of work on your plate. So we'll make sure to clarify that for you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Representative Nix, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your good work and your hard work. I just have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
After Helene and Milton I know we've seen a lot of our sand dunes and other things kind of moved. When you look at your beach renourishment program, do you have a dollar amount that you're going to be looking at, or is that something you could get to me?
Well, I'd be happy to. The more the better, obviously. We'll make sure that as far as, and Rob, if you could just humbly and remind me, and maybe tomorrow we can talk about this, get you a hardcore dollar amount. As you know, we kind of appropriate and budget for that every 10 years for our beach renourishment efforts from Northport to the airport, right? But let's make sure that we clean that up so as a new member, you're very aware and keenly in tune with what we want to do as a county, and would certainly appreciate any support that you could give us financially.
Senator Gruters, you recognize.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Nunder, for what you do for our community. I just want to let you know that in talking about storm recovery issues, I think that the state will have some type of package, and hopefully you soon, and we could work together to maximize our opportunities together.
Yes, in fact, I remember being with you at the Philippi Creek Oyster Bar, if not the day after or very soonly after the event. And I keenly remember your question to our governor at that point about, when are we going to get the money? When are we going to get it here? So thank you for your support and really coming out of the gate fast. I think our community, as you know, growing up here, we understand our community very well. We know what our community needs. And you certainly jumped out very quickly on that. So we're looking forward to any support to help our community. And if we can be of any assistance, we certainly will.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you.
And, Commissioner, I was expecting us to have a fifth local bill this session about midnight pass, but it's no longer needed.
Well, it's strange how things work out, right? We are very excited as a community, and I know that each of you on this board are intimately involved from the financial appropriation requests that we have to just living here. We are a coastal community. Our families enjoy it. Our neighbors enjoy it. We're looking at about 130 to 150 feet wide at the moment. Don't quote me on the numbers, anywhere between 13 and 15 feet in depth, depending on the tide. Our staff is getting out there. The tide rips very fast, so we're going to get some signage. And Joe, I don't think you and I could swim in that rip. I think it'd even take us out to sea. It's pretty ripping. But we also have some baby manatees I'm hearing out there, a couple of calves. So we want to be very respectful of the wildlife out there. It really is just a great thing for water quality in that area. We're looking forward to working with some of our stakeholder groups to make sure that we find appropriations to keep it open. It really is a blessing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, next up, Longboat Key Mayor Schneier. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you all as well. So, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address this delegation in advance of your 2025 session. This is my fifth visit as Longboat Key Mayor to this important event, and while our requests over the years have been consistent and even repetitive, for the first time this year they've become existential. So while our wish list, as usual, usually contains a number of important items, there's really only one that matters today, and that's resilience. After years of dodging bullets, Longboat took a direct hit this year. The combination of Debbie, Helene, and Milton damage, I've just been told this today, the number is 2,700 structures on Longboat, many of which in the neighborhood of 700 plus were destroyed. It moved 60% of our beach and all of our protective dunes onto Gulf of Mexico Drive or beyond, and it stretched our ability to respond and function almost to the breaking point. Due to the remarkable efforts of our staff, federal and state agencies, and communities as far away as Miami who provided aid, we have restored our services and cleaned up much of the damage. But though our residents and businesses have shown tremendous grit and determination in the rebuilding process, many just can't do it. With an average age over 70, many on Longboat don't have the strength or the resources to restore their properties again, and they're leaving in some areas in droves. So Longboat Key is by no means alone in this dilemma, or even the worst off. Our barrier islands to the north and south have suffered even more than we have this year, and Sanibel, further south, has restored barely 20% of its economy since Hurricane Ian made landfall there more than 2 years ago. We spent quite a bit of time talking with Holly Smith and others in Sanibel about what they faced and what they're doing now. We're in the middle of a program, I think you know, in 3 of our lowest lying neighborhoods on Longboat to mitigate the effect of tidal and storm flooding by elevating roads, improving drainage, and other measures. These are expensive projects for which we've received some public assistance, but while these measures do help, my fear is that they may represent a Band-Aid on a gut wound. Major change is required. Our barrier islands provide the first line of defense to the Gulf Coast against the catastrophic effect of storms. They drive the economies and desirability of our region, and unless we want to lose them entirely to non-resident uses or lose them altogether, we need a comprehensive state-orchestrated, state-funded plan to harden, to raise up and protect these valuable resources. I would ask, and we would ask, that you make this a top priority in your upcoming legislative session. And I noticed you asked Commissioner Nunder on a similar matter, how much are you looking for? I don't know what the number is, but I'll tell you we had a resident from the south end of the island who spoke at our last commission meeting who said, you guys have to build a reef, 10-mile-long reef off our coast that will prevent the waves from hitting us. He said, I know this might cost $200 million, but you really have to do it. So that would be the upper end, I think, of our request for this project. But I appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Have a good session.
Thank you, Mayor.
And if you have any questions? No.
Members, any questions? Oh, we're
Seeing
good.
none. Thanks much.
All right, let's go down to Northport. Mayor Stokes, you're recognized.
Good morning. I'm Phil Stokes, Mayor of the City of Northport, and I'd like to extend our city's appreciation to our delegation in securing $1.5 million in legislative appropriations in 2023 for the first phase of waterway construction under Price Boulevard, and in supporting our $1 million legislative appropriation request 2024. City of Northport was established by General Development Corporation in 1959. In order to create buildable lots, GDC developed extensive stormwater infrastructure network consisting of 132 miles of man-made retention ditches, 1,613 miles of roadside swales, 79.1 miles of major wet waterways to manage water flow both for flood protection and to direct water to water treatment plant. The city is outfitted with 64 water structures. However, this system's aging, and most of these structures are now past their viable expected life. This month, the City of Northport celebrated the completion of construction of Water Control Structure 113. This critical facility is the final structure between the Snover Waterway and the Myakkahatchee Creek, allowing the city to control flow through two primary waterways. The cost for this project was just over $4 million. City continues to work to replace water control structures as funding is available, and is thankful to the county for providing SRQ grant funding totaling over $4 million for two additional structures. However, even with this support, we face the need to replace over 45 additional structures, with costs projected at about $5 to $6 million per structure. Additional funding is needed to bring this essential system up to date, and we appeal to our delegation to support our future requests for legislative appropriations to fund these additional critical projects. The City of Northport's completed various studies of the Big Slough watershed and its impact on flooding in our area in order to address the enhancement and protection of natural systems and water quality while achieving flood protection. The studies have found that the creation of large-scale stormwater retention areas would provide many benefits, including water storage to assist with flood control, serve as an alternative potable water supply, improve water quality, provide potential recreation uses such as kayaking, fishing, and hiking, create a home for aquatic wildlife. Creation of such a regional stormwater management plan would provide benefits far beyond the jurisdictional boundaries of Northport to include surrounding communities and counties. It's our hope that with the collaboration of our county, state, municipal partners, and the support of our delegation, we can collectively find ways to mitigate the devastating impact flooding has had on our citizens and businesses as a result of more frequent and intense storms. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Northport wishes all a happy holiday season and a healthy new year for you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Any questions?
Representative Buchanan, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, it's great to see you again. Great to see you. Wanted to ask you, to what extent have we been able to explore as it relates to this issue some of the state-level grant programs, whether that's the water quality grant program or the resiliency grant program?
Our grant people are working on it, and, we're doing the best we can. It's, with 64 structures, there's just so much of a need. We're looking at upwards of probably $1 billion over the next 20, 25 years. So, we really are leaving no stone unturned.
I think that's great. It would be worth if you guys haven't explored that, because it is such a large number. It's not something that's going to come in in a single appropriation. So look forward to working with you on that. And I think those are two areas you certainly should spend some time looking into.
We sure appreciate all the support we can get.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, representative members. Any more questions? Nope, great. Is City of Venice here? I don't see Mayor Picciotto yet. I think we'll shift to the city of Sarasota. I know we've got Mayor Alpert here. Mayor, thanks for being here. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and I'm here on behalf of the entire Sarasota City Commission, and so thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak with you this morning. You've all received our City of Sarasota's draft 2025 state legislative priorities, so I won't read them to you, but I do want to highlight a few specific issues. And in light of, and you've heard this morning already, but I'm going to emphasize it as well for the city of Sarasota. In light of the recent hurricanes and extreme weather, we believe that the environment, resilience, and water quality should be at the top of the list for the legislature this year. Some of the things we would like to see are continued funding for the State Resilient Florida Grant Program, legislation to make flood insurance more accessible and affordable, legislation that supports municipalities to prepare for and mitigate sea level rise, storm protection, and other resilience issues, support for state funding that will protect and restore water resources and water quality, among other things that we have listed in our priorities. In addition, we would like to see support for the arts. Sarasota's arts and cultural organizations are the heart of our city and our entire area. But to survive and thrive, it's important for them to be able to obtain state funding through the state arts and culture grants, and we're also asking that you support art-based community development. And lastly, you all know what a great need there is for affordable housing. And state funding for our efforts to create affordable housing is crucial to achieving the goal of providing homes for our workforce that will also stimulate economic development in our area. Thanks so much for your time and attention and the work you do, and please let us know if there's anything that we can do to assist you in your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor Alpert. Members, any questions? Nope.
Okay,
Thanks for
you
being
very
here.
much.
All right. Venice, are you guys here yet? Mr. LaValle, maybe? Nope. All right. We're going to move on. Miss Statewide Guardian Ad Litem Office. Come on up, ladies. You're recognized.
Good morning, Senator and Representatives. I'm Tony Latortu with the Statewide Guardian Ad Litem Office. The Guardians Ad Litem assigned by the Statewide Guardian Ad Litem Office represent the legal interests of Florida's abused and neglected children in court and the community. They are appointed by a judge after a child enters the dependency system. Every child appointed to the Statewide Guardian Ad Litem Office is assigned a Guardian Ad Litem attorney, child welfare professional, and a volunteer or pro bono attorney from the child's community, if one is available. This representation model is national best practice. Our legal representation protects and advances the legal rights of children whose age and other limitations prevent them from making their own decisions. The Florida Guardian Ad Litem Office considers a child's physical safety, emotional well-being, and permanent placement in a stable, nurturing home environment where the child can thrive. We provide zealous, independent representation, and our office is the only party to a child's case that provides undivided loyalty to the child. In 2023, the statewide Guardian Ad Litem office represented over 34,000 children. The Florida statewide Guardian Ad Litem office appeared in 531 dependency appeals, and of those decisions rendered in 2023, the statewide Guardian Ad Litem office won 97% of those appeals. This is an indicator of the high-quality, independent legal representation our office provides to Florida's most vulnerable children. 2024 has brought significant and great developments for the first time in office history. There were resources to represent every child we were assigned. Additionally, in 2024, and in collaboration with Hope Florida, the statewide Guardian Ad Litem office developed a new mentoring initiative, which was subsequently codified by the legislature and enacted into law on July 1, 2024. Our office works with dependent youth approaching adulthood to identify and connect them with a mentor who is committed to assisting the teen and navigating life as they prepare to start living independently. In November 2024, we celebrated a significant milestone and helped over 1,000 teens exiting foster care identify a stable, caring adult who has committed to mentoring them. This upcoming session, the statewide Guardian Ad Litem office is requesting a much-needed upgrade to its case management and data tracking system, increasing child advocate manager compensation, and due to the federal reduction of Victims of Crime Act positions, the office is requesting 12 FTE positions to offset these losses. We thank you for your dedication to Florida's dependent children and your service to our great state.
Thank you, Ms. LaTortu. I appreciate you highlighting our legislation from last session. That was a great bill that I know we were all proud to support up here. The request for this upcoming session that you mentioned, that's for statewide?
Yes.
Yep, okay, 12 FTE statewide. Thank you. Members, any more questions? Nope. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. We'll shift to the education portion of our agenda. President Corcoran, I see you in the back, representing New College of Florida. President Corcoran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. First, we just want to thank you for having us and all the great work you guys have done. We submitted like 16 successes in just the last 16 months of all the great things that have been happening at the college. Today at noon, we have an emergency meeting to accept $1 million from a local donor to help with our sports facility. So everything's going fantastically well, and it wouldn't have happened without the support of the legislature and the governor. It's literally been the game changer. On that front, I would just make a quick argument that the liberal arts, I think, as policymakers, you guys have to decide, is it worthwhile to have a liberal arts in the repertoire of our state university system? And I would tell you absolutely, it's a absolutely worthy expense. When you do that, though, because liberal arts schools are always 1,500 students or less, you're automatically saying that the cost per student is going to be higher. But that reward is second to none. Our student-faculty ratio is 7-to-1. At most universities, it's 50 or 100 to 1. Our office hour time with students is like 70 hours during the course of their 4 years. At any other university, it's about 7 hours for the entire 4 years. And that creates a different product. It really does. And now when you see the advent of AI, what's happening as we speak, even the NVIDIA founder and chairman has said, stop teaching coding, stop teaching all these things because they're going to be completely obsolete under AI. What doesn't go away is the liberal arts. I always joke, when you watch sports, you watch golf, you watch football, now they have AI all over the screen. This putt 37 feet is about a 16% chance, or this going for it on 4th and 1 is 17% chance. That's AI. But at the end of the day, you still have to have that critical thinker, that someone who's looking at all those things that AI can't synthesize, that the center is afraid to block that tackle, or the kicker just pulled the hamstring. All of those things that go into making a decision, a sound decision, you're never going to be able to replace. And that's what the liberal arts provides. It's something special. I'll give you one quick story. The Apollo mission, Armstrong lands on the moon, Apollo 11. Margaret Hamilton was one of the 2 women that were in the NASA program in the 60s. She was a mathematician, studied at University of Michigan. And everyone says that when the Apollo 11 mission got up right off the moon, everything started going off, and they couldn't land the lunar craft. They were about to pull the plug. And everyone basically said, documentaries have been written about it, go get Margaret Hamilton. And they get Margaret, and she comes and she solves it in 2 seconds. They land the lunar craft on the moon, and Armstrong takes the famous step. But they asked her, you were there with scientists, mathematicians, engineers. What made you special? Why did you think differently? And again, she says, when you're an engineer, when you're a mathematician, you think linearly. You say, okay, what was the first thing that went, we did? We took a step. Did anything go wrong? No, go to the next one. And you just linearly go down. But this Apollo mission was outside the box. It was something nobody had ever done it. Nobody had landed on the moon. So what do you do? And she goes, I just thought differently. And they go, why? Why did you think differently? And she said, well, all of us were mathematicians and scientists and engineers, but I had a double major. My other major was philosophy, and I just thought outside the box. And so I'm just saying it's a special, special degree done right. And your support, we assure you we will do it right. And we just thank you for your support.
Thank you, thank you, President. Members, any questions for President Corcoran? Nope. Thank you for being here.
Thanks a lot.
University of South Florida. Dr. Holbrook, welcome. Thank you for being here. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair McFarland and members of the Sarasota County Legislative Delegation. On behalf of the University of South Florida, I'd like to thank the delegation for your continued support of our institution, and I will share a few highlights with you about University of South Florida, Sarasota Manatee. We would appreciate your continued leadership in securing the necessary state funding for planning, design, and construction of our nursing STEM building, which is our highest priority. This new academic facility will allow us to teach local students in state-of-the-art labs to fulfill the workforce needs for high-demand jobs in our region. It's predicted that 59,000 nurses will be needed by 2035 in the region, and the nation will need 2.5 million STEM jobs, such as those in engineering, by 2030. University of South Florida Sarasota Manatee is partnering with SRQ and other organizations in this area to build programs in aviation and aerospace engineering. Also, to meet the needs of our fast-growing community, we opened our new student center and residence hall at the beginning of the fall semester, which completely changed the nature of our current campus to accommodate local, state, and international students, which are now residential students for the first time ever on our campus. We continue to expand access to students in our region through the preeminent academic and research programs available through Consolidated One University of South Florida, and to focus on these programs and community employment needs and opportunities. USF Sarasota Manatee, USF overall, is committed to the entire Tampa Bay region as a major research institution and an economic engine for the community. This will be my last time presenting to you as I'm retiring at the end of this month, but Dr. Brett Kemker, who is here today, I believe, will continue on. He has been appointed by President Ria Law as our interim regional chancellor, and he will work with you and with Casey Welch during the upcoming 2025 legislative session. I thank you all very much for all of your time and all of the wonderful support that you have given us over the years, and I wish you a very happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holbrook. Senator Gruters, you're recognized.
Yeah, Dr. Holbrook, I just want to say thank you for your leadership over the time you've been at USF Sarasota. Many people don't even know that you ran the Ohio State University before you came here, and Sarasota is so lucky that we end up with all these people that are absolute superstars from around the country. And when we got you to our community, you helped transform that entire campus. I mean, when people go on it, it's absolutely amazing the way it looks. I mean, all those buildings, you guys have done such a phenomenal job. The nursing program, all the other programs you've developed, you've really provided that steady hand of leadership that our community has needed over the past decade plus. And I just want to say thank you. I know Representative Buchanan and I both got our MBAs from USF, and I also got my 5th year of accounting right there at that Sarasota campus. So thank you for your leadership. Our community will definitely miss you at the helm there. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gruters. And I have to say it's been a terrific privilege and an honor to be there. It has been a wonderful, wonderful experience. Thank you.
All right, SCF. Ms. Smith, State College of Florida.
Good morning, Madam
Good to
Chair,
see you, Jamie.
delegation members. President Gregory sends his regards and is sorry he couldn't be here this morning. Here to represent State College of Florida and our 62,000 plus member alumni. We're going to be pursuing 17 million recurring funding. We know this is a tall ask and a long order, and we expect it to take some time, but our goal is to increase our graduation rate, access to student services, and hire and retain qualified staff and faculty. President Gregory also wanted me to acknowledge Representative Buchanan for his work with him with State College of Florida's Collegiate School in Venice in hopes of what we can do there. That is our highlight for this morning. We plan to be pleasantly persistent with you and appreciate all of you and your long support of the State College of Florida over the years. And Danny, we look forward to you getting to know us very well.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Members, any questions? Representative Nix, you're recognized.
Can I use pleasantly persistent in the future myself?
Yes, you may, sir.
Thank you.
I do have one request of the members, and it's a tradition of mine, and President Gregory would be disappointed if I didn't. Could I take a selfie?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Oh, wait, there we go. Thank you so much, and happy holidays.
Thank you. And my regards to President Gregory. He's sat through plenty of these delegation meetings. We'll give him a pass for today. Superintendent Connor, our feeder source for the previous speakers.
Absolutely. Well, good morning. What an opportunity to be here to share what's going on in Sarasota County Schools. A lot to celebrate over the last year. So you may have heard recently, just as of Saturday, we brought home the state championship, Venice High School football. Congratulations to them. This year, we have 15 schools of excellence designated by the Florida Department of Education, and we are one of only 10 school districts that has the academically high-performing designation as well as a school district. I want to thank this community first and foremost for an 84% pass rate of our referendum back in November. Tremendous support, highest in the state of Florida. And so that support for us is really going to help us in terms of staying competitive in our recruitment and retention efforts. And so what I asked the delegation as we move into this session is to continue that push. There's been such great momentum with the teacher salary increase allocation. And with this referendum, for the first time next year in 2025, we're going to be offering a starting salary of $60,000 for our entry-level teachers, and that's tremendous. But we are still not immune. We are still not immune from challenges when it comes to staffing, especially in ESE. So we ask that you continue to look and help advocate for us and increase funding to make sure that we're adequately supporting our teachers so that we can have the best and brightest in our classrooms. I want to say this marks our 21st year as an A school district, and now 95% of our traditional public schools are rated A and B, first time up from 82% last year. And it comes with the support of that referendum as well as the support of all of our community members. And I'll tell you that we are anticipating in January that when the graduation rates come out, we will reach our highest graduation rate in our history. So we're very, very, very proud about that as well. Now, what I will say as we move into the session, there's a lot of that was happening in terms of deregulation, the administrative efficiency that you have provided, the momentum there. I ask that you continue to do that, specifically looking at school start times. Having worked in a prior district that implemented this, I can tell you there really was no measurable impact. And I do think it was very well intended. It was a very well intended piece of legislation. And I just ask that you allow school districts the flexibility to work with the community to ensure that's the right fit for us. As we move in, HB 1473, which is the safety bill that was implemented this year, has been challenging, I will tell you. So I just asked, we've incurred a lot of, there's funding that has gone along with that in terms of just cost to make sure that we're in compliance with that. And so I ask that we continue to look at how we can increase our school safety funding as well as mental health funding as well. And in terms of construction costs, I will tell you, I know I'm out of time here, take a look at, this is something unique that I'd like for the delegation to take a look at, is building code discrepancies across the state with coastal counties. It cost us almost double here in a coastal county like Sarasota to build a school, and we're opening in 2025 our new K-8 Sky Ranch, which will be STEM focused. And that school is tremendously much more in terms of cost to build than, say, in another non-coastal county. And so I ask that you look at maybe making some adjustments to the funding calculation to help us in that area. Other than that, thank you so much for your time.
Representative Buchanan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for being here. Just one question I had as it relates to cost to build, and thank you guys for coming to my office and having a conversation. Is that net of the cost of dirt, the cost of the real estate?
Yeah,
that number?
It really comes down to things like wind load. When you think about the wind load requirements for a coastal county versus maybe so those costs for concrete, more rebar, those types of things are going to be much more for us than, say, in inter-county or interstate county.
Yeah, that was one thing I didn't clarify before that I wanted to make sure I got clarified. And the other thing, I don't expect you to have an answer on this today, but it is something that brought to my attention, and I'm really excited about some of the programming that's being done around education for kids in agriculture, making sure that they're having a better understanding in terms of where our food supply comes from. But it's been also brought to my attention that while it's great in a lot of these different schools we're having gardens and they're able to grow different types of vegetables, it's been brought to my attention that they're not able to consume that. It seems like that'd be part of the experience. That would more enrich that experience for kids. So perhaps that'd be something I'd like to see you guys look into and find a way to get resolved. If you don't have a comment on that today, that's okay.
No, absolutely. We'll take a look at our food nutrition requirements as that's set by the state and the feds and make sure that that is an opportunity for us to do that at scale. So it's a combination of how you use that food to stay in compliance with those regulations. So we'll take a look at that.
Members, any further questions? Nope. Thank you, Superintendent. All right. We're going to move into the big bulk of our agenda. I think some of you guys have the list up here. So we have it ordered based on something that Andrew and I came up with, but I wanted to accept, if anyone has to run, like if anyone has a conflict and they need to move to the head of the agenda, I don't want this to feel like jury duty. So we'll just do this. If you need to leave before your place in the order, if you could just come up to the bullpen here with Commissioner Nunder, and I'll wave you up. But other than that, I'm going to follow the schedule. So, yep, looks like we've got to take our ready, Commissioner Nunder. Are you presenting for the MPO?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you all again. I am here representing on behalf of the MPO, and I just want to take a quick second. Dave Hutchinson and Ryan Brown are somewhere here, and they just raise your guys' hands or stand up for me, please. Our Executive Director and Vice Chair. So great job. Love working with them. On behalf of the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization, thank you for your support of transportation and the opportunity to talk about regional transportation priorities. The MPO's long-range transportation plan is currently being updated to incorporate the latest priorities, and it is a vital guiding document for getting crucial transportation projects built in support of our economy and consistent with the Florida Transportation Plan. Widening River Road remains a top priority and is still one of the region's most important projects. Construction of the northern segment is underway, and improvements to the southern segment from US 41 are identified for future construction. We thank you greatly for your support and expending on this critical improvement project. Just like our constituents, two of the MPO's biggest concerns are congestion and management and also bridge improvements. Adding capacity between Bradenton and Palmetto and a vital connection between Sarasota and the Tampa Bay region to the north is another top priority, with that connection being one of the worst bottlenecks in our region. The MPO and FDOT have conducted an extensive Barrier Island project traffic study to address seasonal congestion, which is like a 4-month-long special event. We've identified short, medium, and long-term projects. We've identified other items with local jurisdictions that can improve some of the recommendations. Many of the proposed solutions will require additional state improvements on state roads. We hope you will encourage FDOT to implement these projects as quickly as possible. Numerous other state investments on state highway systems are needed throughout our region above and beyond currently funded projects. Beyond these projects, our request is quite simple. Allocate all transportation funds to transportation projects, preserve existing local and state transportation funding sources, explore new revenue sources for transportation, including general fund appropriations for legislative additions to the FDOT work program, and last but not least, ensure equity between counties, MPOs, FDOT districts, and the accessibility for new federal funding when it's available. Thank you for your continued support of transportation and our regional priorities. The MPO staff and elected officials are available at your resource for you and your staffs when needed. And I got that done with 30 seconds to spare.
Good job,
Any questions,
Commissioner.
comments, concerns?
No, I just want to say we are for those who aren't familiar with transportation planning, our metropolitan planning organization in Sarasota and Manatee County is, I think, one of the best across the state. We've got 27 of them across the state. When I chaired the transportation subcommittee, I worked very closely with Mr. Hutchinson to try to bring some of our best practices in our area to other MPOs in other areas of the state. But we've got a great team here. Thank you for presenting. We've got a lot of work to do in the transportation space, but your team up here will fight for you guys.
And Madam Chair, thank you for your involvement and participation. It's not lost on me with Sarasota Manatee how involved you've been. We greatly appreciate your input and time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Taylor, I see you waiting in the wings. Correct me if I have this wrong, but I think you're here to speak to us about Sarasota County Election Integrity Group. Mr. Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Gruters, Representative Buchanan, Representative Nix. First, I want to thank Senator Gruters for sponsoring the bill last year for considering forms of identification. In the state of Florida, there are 5.4 million non-citizens who have Florida driver's licenses and IDs. The question is how many are on the voter roll or have voted? In Sarasota County, we have 47,000, and this is just since 2020, and these IDs are longer than 8 years in duration. So obviously, non-citizens are an important and an integral part of our economy, and we want to be discreet, but I'm here to ask that we consider sponsoring the bill again so that we have a non-citizen code or a non-voting citizen code on our Florida driver's license and IDs. And the reason why is that once these IDs are obtained, the multitude of documents that's allowed to qualify to get on the voter roll is pretty broad. And then none of them, they're only discrete to identification and domicile. They do not have pertinent information on citizenship. So I think there's some plausible solutions here. One is having a discrete code. Number two is that we look at how the Department of State audits the Florida Highway Safety Motor Vehicle database to the voter registration. Or three, we could assign it to the SOEs to do this reconciliation on the even election years. So again, I want to thank you for all the consideration you gave us last year. Hopefully we can get this to committee this year. And like Representative Buchanan said, sometimes it takes a couple of sessions to get things through, and I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Members, any questions? Senator Gruters, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Taylor, just to let you know that I agreed to file that again yesterday, and I think Representative Jacks from St. Pete is going to file it on the House side. So
Yeah, and I want to
that's coming
thank
back.
Representative Mello and Barnaby for last year. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair,
You're recognized, Representative Buchanan.
it's great to see you. We are going to have an election integrity bill, this larger package this session in the House. I can speak to that. So I'd love the opportunity to get with you guys again and talk about that. Thank you.
Would be willing to come up to Tallahassee and testify too.
Thank you.
Proceeding to do some audit work on Sarasota County. I'm awaiting the data to come in from Florida Highway Safety Motor Vehicles. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Mrs. Nunder, you're recognized. Are you HOAs?
Good morning. May the Heavenly Father be with all of you, and every decision that is done today is for the well-being of everyone here in Sarasota County and around the state. I am Elizabeth Cuevas Nunder. I am in the National HOA Reform. I represent Florida at the state level. We have 43 states moving forward, and I'll tell you that you have been the star with Bill HB 1203, that we really did a great job, and thank you so much, because we continue continue protecting homeowners from the abuses of HOAs and also management and attorneys that they are making a lot of money, making the suffering happening so deeply, especially on the senior citizens. And we cannot continue having those abuses that they have been happening for years. So we want this year, we are blessed to have Representative Juan Carlos Porras from Miami. He has been our savior, and he is a great listener. And we are coming with the new reform for this legislation, which it is local control. We want to control locally what is going on, especially that the sheriff will be involved and also the state attorney will be involved, so we can make serious reforms for all of those who are in terrible need of being protected. And I do thank you very much. And Mr. Gruder, I'm watching you. Definitely. So God bless you all and thank you. Merry Christmas, and may the Heavenly Father really, really be with all of you and shower you and protect you, because you have a big agenda protecting so many people. God bless you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cuervas-Nunder. The HOA legislation that we did last year was definitely the number one bill that my office heard about, both in support of it during session and then questions about its implementation afterwards. So thank you for your work on it. Great. All right, back to our schedule. Peace River, Minnesota Regional Water Supply Authority. Mr. Anderson, thank you for waiting. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair McFarland, delegation members. Again, Richard Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the Peace River, Minnesota Regional Water Supply Authority. On behalf of the authority, I just want to say thank you for taking your time today in this busy holiday season, and thank you for your continued support over the years for our water supply projects to help us build a safe and resilient water supply. We have, as someone just said, been pleasantly persistent in our requests over the years for funding, and you guys have supported us over the years, and we thank you very much for that. In 2024, the authority delivered approximately 31 million gallons a day of drinking water to the four-county region that we serve. That's Charlotte, DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. That represents about 40% of the drinking water supply for that four-county region. Now, while we are meeting demands today, the regional system needs to be expanded. And we are currently working on 2 projects to expand our system, and that would be a supply project and a pipeline project. I want to touch briefly on both of those. The first is a drinking water supply project that's going to provide additional supply through 2040 for the four-county region. That includes a 9 billion gallon reservoir and a 24 million gallon treatment expansion at our Peace River facility in DeSoto County. That's approximately a $500 million project that's scheduled to begin construction late next year in 2025. This project directly benefits Sarasota County. Once complete, that'll supply 12 million gallons of additional water to the county. And to kind of put that in perspective, for every million gallons of supply, that supports about 4,000 homes. So a 12 MGD expansion would provide enough water for approximately 120,000 future residents of the county. We're requesting up to $15 million in support from that project. The second project is the pipeline portion of that. It's 20 miles of pipeline, large diameter pipes to help us get that water supply to the fast-growing areas of the county. That project includes pipelines in Charlotte County and Sarasota County, and that is a $138 million project. That's currently under construction. We have about 8.5 miles of the 20 miles already in the ground, and that's scheduled to be completed in early 2026. We're actually requesting $6 million in support for the pipeline project. I just want to say thank you again for your support over the years. We greatly appreciate all the support that this delegation and the state has given us to help expand the regional system. As I mentioned, it directly benefits Sarasota County, provides a safe, resilient water supply, and supports growth. And with that, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Members, do we have any questions? Nope. Thanks for
Do you
being
have
here.
some leave behinds, if I could give them to Andrew?
Yep, Andrew will grab them for you. Mr. Verinder, next up, Sarasota Memorial Hospital.
Well, thank you for having me. It's great to see all four of you, and congratulations on your recent elections. Happy to remind everyone that Sarasota Memorial is celebrating its 100th year anniversary this year. So we've been a part of this community for quite a while, and look forward to the next 100 years. You all have a copy of our priorities on the focus on preserving our ability to provide the highest quality of care to a growing community. And just to give you an idea, we've increased our emissions over 55% over the last 5 years. So we are busy a lot. To respond to our needs, we have a continuing expansion of our workforce. Now we are not only the largest employer in Sarasota County, but we're the largest employer south of the Skyway Bridge and north of Fort Myers. So we're well over 10,000 employees today. Within the next 3 to 5 years, we should be around 15,000 employees. So everything that you've heard a lot of talk about today affects us as well. We also have currently over 2,500 medical staff members who treat our community each and every day. We partner with Florida State University to train 70 physicians per year. We've been doing that since 2017, and I know you've been into each of your offices before. Looking forward to working with you, Representative Nix. But we are happy to report that 70% of the physicians that we train stay in the state of Florida, and 50% stay in this region. So I think that far exceeds anything that we had talked about with the state legislature when we started that program. In the coming year, we'll continue to ask for support to develop our primary care physicians and specialists. There is a national shortage of physicians. Florida is not immune to that, and Sarasota is not immune to that. So anything that we can do to continue to train and bring skilled physicians to our area and nurses, we are all in support of. Just a couple of highlights. This year we doubled the size of the hospital in Venice. So that just happened this last month. And just to remind you, that hospital has only been open for 3 years. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of demand in South County. And we expect to start construction on a new hospital in Northport this next year. So we're excited to bring more services to the community. Up in the north part of the county, we're opening next month a new freestanding ER in Lakewood Ranch on Lorraine and University. So have a lot of exciting things going on. Once again, I don't want to take up everybody's time, but thank you so much for your support. We've very much appreciated it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Nope. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, Ms. Brina Slater, Safe Children's Coalition, and then I understand there's a few people that need to head out afterwards. So next, after Ms. Slater, we'll do Stephanie Sifrit. Ms. Slater, you're recognized.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much, Representative McFarland, Senator Gruters, and welcome, Representative Nix. My name is Brina Slater. I'm the CEO and president with the Safe Children Coalition here, and we serve Sarasota, Manatee, and DeSoto counties. We are responsible for all of the children that have been removed from their homes for abuse, neglect, and abandonment. And we provide the foster homes, adoptions. Our main goal, of course, is diverting children from the system of care. But we also work with getting children reunited with their parents. That's our first goal. If they are removed by the Department of Children and Families. Thank you so much for your support. We also run the shelter, the only shelter for runaways, homeless youth, or children that have been truant in Sarasota and DeSoto counties, and we serve children in Manatee as well. Our community-based care agency is responsible for accepting every child, including if they have significant mental health issues, substance abuse issues, criminal history. If they're ungovernable and their parents cannot handle them, we are then responsible to take care of them. So our rate of expenses has significantly increased. The average child in care used to be around $150 a day for residential care. It's now upwards of $300. Some kids are costing us $500 and $600 a day to keep into specialized care in our system. So with the support of all of our delegations, 2 years ago we received a significant funding. Representative McFarland, you have been tasked apparently with running a new model, which the Department of Children and Families is working on and should be finalized soon. We would appreciate holding harmless our organization, because our organization has dropped a number of kids with our new funding and decreased caseloads. We need to ensure that our funding is held harmless. For this legislative session, our big goal is going to be limited liability, as we've seen with homeowners insurance. The same thing is happening with our insurance. There's only one, maybe two agencies in the state that will insure community-based cares like ours, so we're working on some new language. Other than that, I just really appreciate all of the support for our children in our Sarasota, Manatee, and DeSoto areas.
Thank you, Ms. Slater. Members, any questions? Representative Nix, you're recognized.
Ms. Slater, thank you so much for being here. You'll find that with me, foster care is a big passion for me. So I don't belabor today's time frame, if you could please get with my aide over here, Clark Merritt, I would love to schedule some time for me and you to get together.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Slater, I'm excited to announce Senator Gruters will be our Senate sponsor for the child welfare funding work that we have this upcoming session. And I really like that I can say that publicly and really tie him into the issue.
He looks excited.
But I think it's great. I mean, we're going to work on a funding formula that impacts the state. It's about $1.3 billion. But you'll have two Sarasota representatives that are taking the pen to it. So we're proud to bring that money back home.
And please hold our area harmless. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sifrit.
Good morning. I'm going to read so I don't get distracted, a bit nervous. Dear Senators, Representatives, esteemed public servants, I am here to advocate for vulnerable people in Florida to have the undeniable right to install a camera in their nursing home room of our long-term health care facility without the fear of retribution or eviction. 5 years in a row now, there has been a bill sponsored on Capitol Hill in Tallahassee, and 5 years in a row, it has died in committees. The two main pushbacks are the thoughts that a camera is an invasion of the employee's right to privacy, and what if the recordings get posted online? Most often, these are the boilerplate objections. There are issues with these ideas. First, a nursing home room is the residence of the patient who is there because they are vulnerable and need help. The caretaker, LPN, CNA, RN, doctor, and maintenance person are employees of the management company that runs that facility. The building is their place of employment. Please ponder one important question. Where in a resident's room does an employee need privacy? Secondly, another objection to cameras is the hypothetical scenario of a malicious person posting recordings online. We have to agree that it's plausible, however not probable, that someone might post private pictures of an elderly man or woman. We live in a society where cameras are everywhere. With everything in life, there is always a what if. However, are you going to base your decisions on hypotheticals or on evidence? Additionally, cameras can be used to validate and reward quality care even in times of struggles. A nursing home career is a difficult job. Sometimes the patients may become difficult and an employee may benefit from a camera witnessing the employee's response, showing that they were doing no harm. Cameras will witness employees showing compassion, kindness, and care even in times of struggles. The cameras will validate their actions. The citizens of Florida need to know that you believe that vulnerable people in this state matter. Florida's Senator Garcia has answered this call with Senate Bill 64. We need Senate Bill 64, electronic monitoring devices in long-term health care facilities, to pass both the House and the Senate this year. Some states have already enacted laws that allow electronic monitoring devices in long-term health care facilities, and they are Illinois, Texas, Rhode Island, Minnesota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Washington, Kansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Arizona, New Jersey, Wisconsin, and Nevada.
Thank you, Ms.
Florida
Sifrit.
citizens need your protection and advocacy so that we can put up a camera without fear of retribution or eviction. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Next up, Ms. Heather Castron, Sarasota Chamber. Hello, you are recognized.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman McFarland. Great to see all of you, Senator Gruters, Representative Buchanan, and Representative Nix. I'm Heather Caston, President CEO of the Greater Sarasota Chamber of Commerce. We work with just a little over 1,500 local companies and employ about 60,000 local employees. A couple things we want to touch on today. First, and you've heard it throughout the morning, our continued support of affordable housing solutions through the alignment of public-private partnerships and zoning changes. So we just recently hosted our Affordable Housing Summit at SMH. Back at the end of November, we had over 200 policymakers and business owners there engaging in this discussion. So that continues to be probably the top issue. Also want to support long-term transportation investments that meet the needs of growing Sarasota. Under economic development, the arts, supporting the restoration of the state arts and culture grants to ensure our creative sector continues to thrive. That's such an important part of our Sarasota community. Supporting solutions to property insurance reform and supporting lawsuit abuse reform are also top of the list. And then rounding out continued support to increase access to child care benefits for working families. I'd like to turn over my time now to our Vice President of Career Edge and Economic Development, Dan Sidler, to speak a little bit about education and workforce.
Good morning. I represent the Career Edge Funders Collaborative, the Chamber's Workforce Development Initiative. We engage private donors to support the growth of the skilled labor pool in the Sarasota-Manatee region. We support employers through worker grant training, wage reimbursements for internships and on-the-job training, and we partner with local education providers to provide tuition-free fast tracks to put members from our community through a launch pad to enter their career. Since 2010, Career Edge has invested over $17 million in workforce development in the region, training over 7,000 workers, resulting in more than $40 million in increased annual earnings. Our ask is simply that you continue to support funding for workforce training programs in the state and the region, as well as technical education. Thank you so much for your service to our community, and we look forward to seeing you early in the new year up in Tallahassee.
Thank you. And I understand our Sarasota Career Edge letter grade that you guys get every year has gone up significantly. So great job. Absolutely. Members, any questions for the chamber? Nope. Thanks for being here. Commissioner Bishop, I thought you were just coming for moral support, but it's good to see you. You're talking to us from the Minnesota League of Cities.
Good morning,
Many hats.
Representative McFarland, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here with us. I am serving as the Vice President of the Minnesota League of Cities. The Minnesota League of Cities supports legislative efforts that strengthen and protect the rights of Florida citizens to govern themselves under municipal home rule powers conferred by the Florida Constitution, and as such, we recommend the following. I think many of our issues are the issues of counties and towns that you have already heard from. Property insurance reform. I can tell you all personally that I am one of the 2,700 homes that was destroyed on Longboat Key, and I can tell you that 5 of our other commissioners that serve on the Minnesota League of Cities have also either had severe damage or destruction of their homes, and we are all continuing to battle the frustration with the insurance companies not responding in a timely duration process to what the underwriters provided to them in early October. Affordable housing impacts all of us on a daily basis. I can tell you that affordable housing became much more critical when people lost their homes and there are no rental properties anywhere in the Sarasota-Manatee County area because many of them have been absorbed by VRBO and Airbnbs, which make much more money than obviously a home that's rented on a long-term annual basis. Short-term rentals are a concern for communities. Any of you who have experienced a fraternity party taking place in a short-term rental will know that you don't want that in the communities that you live in, and neither do any of the communities that we represent in the Minnesota League of Cities. Tourist development tax use expansion. for public safety services and infrastructure is critical, and even more so now that we are trying to recover from these 3 recent hurricanes. And as you have heard from almost everyone that has stepped up here that represents communities, water quality issues in this region are critical. And our water, both in Sarasota Bay and the Gulf of Mexico, are what provide us with much of the tourism and the tax dollars that we all desperately need. Local government revenue, communication services tax, and local business tax, we support the preservation of the communication services tax and the local business tax that comes with them. And finally, mental health initiatives. Funding mental health facilities and programs is not only a problem for our region, but also across the country. Any questions?
No, thank you, BJ. Members, any questions for Commissioner Bishop? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner McFarland, for your personal note after the hurricanes. And Commissioner Buchanan, a former neighbor of mine in Buttonwood Harbor, your old house survived, but it's one of the few that did. So thank you all.
All right, Venice Chamber, Kathy Lehner. You're recognized, Ms. Lehner.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's nice to see you on home turf, although I see you so much. It's funny, 6 years ago, I was so nervous getting up here because I didn't know you. And kudos for getting to know your community and being part of it. And Danny, I already feel like I know you, so look out. On behalf of the Venice Area Chamber of Commerce, which will be turning 100 in 2025, we're excited that our 1,000 members have come to a conclusion of what their priorities are. Just so you know, that our chair, Justin Taylor, is the one who gathers a committee, gets the ideas together, we send it out to our membership, and then we let our membership vote. So their priorities are as follows that you have there. And that's to continue the insurance initiatives. They are concerned with that, to have competitive and stable insurance market, which will then help lower the cost. And then, of course, to continue and monitor the Live Local Act with affordable housing solutions, which I know we are all looking forward to and looking for. There are some solutions and things happening, so hopefully the support will be there. And then to support the flexibility to extend disaster loan payoff terms for businesses as they recover after these disasters. There's so many things they're going through that thank you for being open and listening to some of the needs and what needs to get done. And of course, we'll join forces with our city, our county, in things that don't conflict with what we need to do, but it includes our workforce and, of course, childcare and other initiatives. So thank you for having me, and thank you for the access of always being here.
Thank you, Ms. Lehner. And I know that you have the 681 interchange on your priorities. DOT's begun the public meetings for those. I'm not sure if you're on their email distribution list.
I'm not, so I haven't.
All right, we'll make sure that, I can't remember if it's already happened or not, but they'll have more meetings ongoing, so we'll make sure we share those with you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Sorry, did I ask you guys if you had any questions? We're good. All right. Thank you, Kathy. Lakewood Ranch Business Alliance, how are you doing?
Good morning, esteemed members. Nice to see you today. I'm Nick Feather with the Lakewood Ranch Business Alliance. Our CEO, Brittany Lamont, couldn't be here, so I'm filling in as best I can. We represent 750 businesses in Manatee and Sarasota counties, a little different than some of the other organizations, and over 20,000 employees. We appreciate all the support in the past. We've met you and worked with all of you. Representative Nix, look forward to getting to know you and seeing you in Tallahassee. We gave you last year's legislative agenda. We have not finalized this year, but it's going to be very similar and similar to what you've heard from most everybody else up here. Transportation, getting employees to and from work is important. We really support and appreciate the work you've done in early childhood education. Senator Gruters has been supportive of that as well, and Representative McFarland, you've really made some real change happen there, and we appreciate that. We'll see you in Tallahassee with a finalized legislative agenda. Appreciate your time and look forward to working with you all soon.
Thank you, Mr. Feather. Members, any questions, Lakewood Ranch Business Alliance? Nope, thank you. Ms. Luke, good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Mr. Parker, thank you so very much for working us in. We're in invisible ink today. I am Jill Luke. I am representing the Northport Area Chamber of Commerce. I am the chair of the Government Relation Committee, which is basically a convocation of many legislative and governmental entities. With that said, Senator Gruters and Representative Buchanan, thank you for the times that you've come personally to our committee, or your staff has done so. It's very well. Thank you to the entire delegation for what you do for our community, for our area, for our state, and not only you guys, but everybody else who serves within the community. We have a quality of life because people care about our community and they serve in their capacity, so thank you. Do you have our legislative priorities before you? Probably not, because we're in invisible ink. But coming from the background that I have, I definitely want to support, and the Chamber wants to support, all these points that have been brought up, especially infrastructure. Coming from my background, infrastructure means a lot. So I'm going to highlight the ones that deal with the infrastructure, which is transportation, water, child care, anything that deals to help maintain the community that we're in. So in the first, under health and medical, you heard that SMH is coming into our city. So whether you can help with the infrastructure city side or through the hospital side, please consider that. Within education, we have STC that is in Northport, and please, it needs to be expanded. Facilities need to be increased, so please consider what we do in supporting that. As far as the increased legislative funding under transportation, the interchange at 75 at Yorkshire or Raintree has been mentioned. Please, that needs to be done. The other topic under transportation are the evacuation routes. That will mean a lot getting that interchange in. I'm going to skip over. I'm going to have our president of the chamber come up, and he's going to highlight some other issues.
Good morning, all. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the chamber in results pertaining to the health and economic development and government relations. On the health side, we would like to extend or request legislative efforts to allow associations to obtain group health insurance. Also, would like to, on the economic development, create an emergency fund for existing businesses and recovering in natural disasters. And last one, I know time is up, in government relations side is to continue to reduce or eliminate state business rent tax. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you much for your service, and happy holidays to you all.
Thank you. I love a legislative delegation when we can have speakers back to back that say get rid of something or maintain it back to back on the business rent tax, for those of you who are paying attention. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Are you guys with the theater? Yes. Yep. All right. Venice Theater. Mr. Getty.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Christopher Getty. I am Executive Director of Venice Theater, and I'm here with Director of Advancement, Camille Klein. In this 2024-2025 season, Venice Theater is celebrating its 75th anniversary. And in those years, we have grown to become the cultural heartbeat of Venice. Venice Theater was just named the most distinguished community theater of the year in Florida and happens to be the largest community theater in the state and the second largest in the nation. The theater is more than a place just to see fantastic shows, though. Our artists are nurtured. Our over 1,300 volunteers have found a place to fill their souls. And our education department is ever growing to expand the cultural needs of South Sarasota County and well beyond. When operating at full capacity, Venice Theater has over a $50 million annual impact on our local economy. Due to the destruction from Hurricane Ian, we are fulfilling a mere fraction of that cultural need in our community. Venice Theater was one of the most profoundly affected organizations by Hurricane Ian's wrath, and we're still not whole. Though we were spared most of the damage for 2023 and 2024 season, Venice Theater is still operating and celebrating its 75th anniversary season in a much reduced capacity, thus reducing revenue streams. We thank you for all the past support you've given, but we will be seeking more support to help rebuild after the $16 million in damages from Hurricane Ian's devastation. Our restoration is essential to enrich our community's cultural heartbeat and to help support our local economy. We look forward to reaching out, scheduling tours of our facility, and showing you what we're doing down in Venice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. That was I love Sarasota so much for so many reasons, and one of which is we can have a dramatic reading of legislative priorities from our local groups. And I think you guys have sung to us in the past as well. And I remember those pictures from Ian. The picture of your roof getting like tin canned off was one of the first pictures that started to emerge. And I know you guys have been working hard to recover. So thank you for being here. Members, any questions? Nope. No one sing? No one wants to sing? All right. Thank you. Early Learning Coalition. Board President Kevin Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and representatives. Congratulations on your successful election. Representative Nix, my guy, I'm sorry for bumping into you on election night and spilling your drink. It was super embarrassing. And Senator Gruters, thanks for your continued service to the state of Florida. I'm here today representing the Early Learning Coalition of Sarasota County as the governor-appointed chair of the board. Here with our COO, Bridget Collowith. And largely want to thank you, the state of Florida. All four of you are parents, and I think understand the importance of early childhood education and school readiness for longitudinal success. And so the Early Learning Coalition administers two critical statewide programs to that end. The first is Florida's VPK program, which is free voluntary pre-kindergarten for 4-year-olds here in the state of Florida. You should be commended for continuing to fund that and also be recognized. Florida was one of the first states in the country to implement back in about 2005 a statewide free VPK program for students in the state of Florida, and it has proven very, very successful. We also administer the statewide school readiness program here locally, and so thank you for continuing to fund that program. I would bring to your attention maybe something worthy of consideration, and that is the funding model for that system. So Sarasota County currently has about 2% of Florida's population, but the funding model allocates 0.2% of the school readiness programming for us. And what does that mean? That's not just a demographic issue. So statewide, about 68 out of every 1,000 children participate in school readiness programming. In Manatee County, that rate is 73 out of every 1,000. In Charlotte County, it's 52. In Sarasota County, it's 26. So 26 out of every 1,000 children enroll in the program, and that's just not a basis of need. So what happens when we run out of funding is we have to shut off programming, and basically we put people on a wait list. And so in the first month this year of shutting off programming, we put about 130 kids on the wait list. That list will get up to over 500. So 500 children that would qualify for programming get on a wait list and are not allowed to enter the program. And there are coalitions around the state that have additional funding that they do not use at the end of the year. And so if I could ask if there's an opportunity to review that funding allocation, which was put in place about over 20 years ago, and I don't know at the time why the 0.2% was the funding level that was there, but that creates real issues for families here in Sarasota County, not able to enter into a program that we know is successful, that we know keeps parents working and keeps parents inside of post-secondary education programming. So again, thank you for your service to the state of Florida, and thank you again for continuing to support programs like VPK and school readiness.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Members, any questions? Representative Nix, you recognized.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your hard work and dedication
to
making
pleasure.
sure we stay on top of this. I have a quick question.
Sure.
Not sure if you can answer it or not, but in a previous role that I've reserved in, there was a funding model in place. The problem was it just wasn't being followed. Do we know if that's the case here, or is it being followed accurately?
Yeah, my understanding, and Bridget can confirm, it is being followed accurately. And again, I don't know the impetus behind the 0.2%, but it doesn't really match up to help serve the people of this community. But it is being followed, it just doesn't, it's not adequate.
Senator Cruz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to let you know, what you'll soon find out is there's a lot of funding formulas across government that were implemented by former leaders in certain areas. And as a result, it may have even the scale back in the day, but then as a result, with time, it creates an unfair situation to communities like Sarasota. So that happens over and over again.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, Jennifer, if you could just be patient. I know we've got from Grand Paradiso HOA. Thank you. I've got 2 cards in. I don't know if, are you Victor or Russell?
I'm Russell.
All right, Russell Pachetta. Pachette. And so, sir, we're going to pull you up in the order. That's great with me. But if you could keep your comments to 1 minute, just because you weren't registered ahead of time. Please, let's hear from you.
I'm wondering if I can submit 5 packets of pictures to help.
Sure, Andrew will grab them.
I'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible.
All right. We're giving everyone some grace today before the holidays. You're recognized, sir.
Nervous, but
We're here for you.
my name is Russell Pichette. I live at Grand Paradiso in a 4-unit coach home facing south. 20120 Regaza Circle, 2nd floor, full time. My building is closest to Route 41, with huge cluster of trees, shrubs, and overgrowth. On the other side of the berm, closest to 41. At that time, there wasn't any thought or inclination of traffic noise, privacy, or safety concerns. This past year, we've had 4 major hurricanes, 2 direct hits. On September 9th, the Department of Transportation excavated a cluster of trees about 100 yards long in Exhibit 1A and 2A. You can see a cluster of trees beyond West Village's property line, shaded in green, closest to the road. Since the removal of the trees on September 26, Helena, a Cat 4, the hedges on the berm had taken a beating. 2 weeks later, October 10th, Milton, a Cat 3, the largest hurricane this past year, hit Sarasota County, coming from the south, directly in the path of my building, with no protection from the cluster of trees.
Mr. Bichette, if I could, I apologize for interrupting, but I'm understanding, are you here to ask us to advocate for the landscaping to be replanted in that area?
Yes.
Got it. We have a number of communities that are along either 75 or Tamiami that are in a similar situation from you, whether FDOT was clearing brush ahead of the storm or the storm ripped it out. I know we've got some work to do, so I will add you guys to the list, and I'll work myself with DOT on finding out what the schedule is for replanting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. Jennifer Romanecki, Selby Gardens. We went to the holiday lights last night. It was amazing. I recommend all of you go. It's beautiful.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Romanecki,
much.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, delegation members, for all you do for our community, especially in the wake of these back-to-back hurricanes. It's been such a challenging time. At Marie Selby Botanical Gardens, we continue to be focused on resiliency at both of our campuses. Regarding the master plan for our downtown Sarasota campus, resiliency is at its core. We've received some incredible accolades on the opening of Phase 1. You might have seen, we opened the first net positive energy botanical garden complex in the world, generating more energy than consumed. Time magazine named us to the top 100 greatest places in the world. There were only 8 places in the U.S. named. Selby Gardens was among those. And then last week, the Wall Street Journal named Selby Gardens Phase 1 project to the top 5 architecture projects of the year. So we are really excited. And that said, Phase 1 did its job, but now we have to take care of the rest of the campus and our historic Spanish Point campus. So in the wake of the hurricanes, we're embarking on the second phase of our project to protect the world's best scientifically documented collections of orchids and bromeliads, as well as expand our education programs. We've now raised $103 million for phases 1 and 2. 99% of that is from the private sector. So the state's investment was actually matched almost 100 times for each dollar, I'm proud to be able to say. So there are two ways that we are seeking your help at Selby Gardens. For the downtown Sarasota campus, we need your help advancing the creation of a mangrove buffer around the perimeter of our downtown campus in order to really enhance our resiliency. We think that's really important in the light of what's been happening. And then at the historic Spanish Point campus, we need your help rebuilding the seawalls that were destroyed by both hurricanes, leaving the whole historic site at risk. We have more than 5,000 years of Florida history on this site. Senator Gruters, thank you for bringing Senate President Al Britton to the historic Spanish Point site following the storm. There were artifacts uncovered from the wall crumbling down, and we now need to safeguard this archaeological site. So we've requested as much funding as possible from FEMA, but these two initiatives are really important that we act before the next hurricane season. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Senator Gruters?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to note that your contributions to the community should be noted from the standpoint of the fact that Selby Gardens had struggled for so long prior to you arriving. And for us to be on that list in Time Magazine, for us to be mentioned in the Wall Street Journal, I think the New York Times had us the Christmas lights as the one of the places you must see during Christmas. It's absolutely incredible what you've done. And what I always say is, and I talk to people all the time, I say when it comes down to leadership, it matters, right? It matters who you have leading the team. And you have exceeded expectations by so much. I just want to say, as a member of our community and as a leader, thank you for everything that you've done for what you've done at that downtown campus and what I know you're going to do at that historic Spanish Point.
Thank you so much. So deeply appreciated.
Representative Buchanan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Romanecki, great to see you. By the way, we did some of our family Christmas photos at the Selby Garden, so we love Selby. We haven't done the lights yet, but we're on the list to go see it. It's something we like to do annually. I wanted to ask you, because I didn't have a chance last time I was there to walk the entire campus downtown, how did the existing mangroves you have hold up during the last year with the three storms we've had?
So thankfully, the existing mangroves held up, but unfortunately, we were the recipient of 8 derelict boats during the storm. Thankfully, most of them have been removed at this point. But it's clear to us from our master site plan, we had always wanted to reforest the mangroves further out to create a buffer. And at the beginning of our plan, we had worked with the Army Corps of Engineers to find a permitting process. And now things have changed in the environment post all these storms that we see a path forward to do that in order to further protect our coastline.
I know there was a conversation whether or not to include some of those vessels in the light presentation. Did
yes,
that actually occur?
We thought about if it had been Halloween, we might have done spooky lighting, Halloween derelict boat lighting. But thankfully, we worked with Emerge Marine on the removal of most of the derelict boats. We do have about 3 left that are on the list to get removed. And we hope that'll happen soon, but thankfully it's not impacting Lights in Bloom, and we have more than 2 million holiday lights on view.
Great. We're excited about it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Romanecki.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up, the Honorable Charles Hines, Trust for Public Land.
Honorable. Oh, okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For the record, Charles Hines, Trust for Public Lands Program Director of the Florida Gulf Coast Trail. And it's nice, one day, I know it's a long agenda for you all, but you can really touch every organization in our community today and see some people struggling, but it's really a wonderful community and wonderful projects. So one thing I want to talk to you about today, I know you're aware of the Florida Gulf Coast Trail. It's a 420-mile trail from Tampa to Naples, and it's a difficult project, not just because of length, but because of each little project's almost like a small segment. And so the goal for Trust for Public Land in this, and my goal, is to fill in those gaps. And what I'm happy to report to you today and the community is we're seeing success in that. And there's 4 of them right now I want to highlight that are going on in Sarasota County. It's a connection of the current Legacy Trail to UTC. That project involves the city of Sarasota, Sarasota County, the MPO. So that's a good one. You've heard about River Road today. North River Road's on construction. Under construction. If you go out there today, you can see the trail that will be on North River Road. South River Road is under design. I think it's almost complete. That involves the city of Northport, Sarasota County, the MPO, Welland Park. Representative Nix, that'll be the connection to Northport. It'll go through the state park and get down to that way. So that's the connection of the trail down to there. And then also War Mineral Springs connector from the existing trail to take the trail down to War Mineral Springs, again involving the city of Northport, Sarasota County, and the state. So once those 4 are complete, Sarasota County will really have some phenomenal connection benefiting hundreds of thousands of residents and visitors. So kind of my ask today to you is really just be aware of the trail. You've heard Commissioner Nunder today and the MPO talk about transportation. The trail comes along with that. It's a transportation alternative. It is an economic driver, and you talk about health and benefits. We want to get people out into a safe environment and get it close to their home. So please continue to fund the Sun Trail program, and you'll see some Sun Trail applications. I know the city of Northport's put one in, and I believe last year the county put one in and also asked for appropriation for the road projects that include the trails. So that's all I ask, is just be aware of it. And if you ever have any questions relating to this trail, please call me. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Buchanan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Charles, for your tireless effort on this. You've been at all the Greenways and Trails meetings across. You've traveled all across the state, making sure you're advocating for our area and connectivity. I'm grateful that we've had the railroads and the utility easements that we've had, because it's helped bring a lot of this trail system together. And a lot of people move here because lifestyle is an important thing to them. And I think this is a great thing in terms of improving the lifestyle for the people that live here and that are moving here. So thank you for your leadership on this. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with you.
And I appreciate what you're doing on the council. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Yeah. All right, next up, NAMI. Ms. Sonia Johnson.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Good.
You're recognized, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Chair McFarland and members of the delegation. My name is Sonia Johnson, and I serve as the lead peer coordinator with NAMI of Sarasota and Manatee counties. In my role, I have had the opportunity to see firsthand the benefit of our peer-led family support programs. Our family peer support program is in its 4th year, and it continues to grow. Your funding over the last 2 years has ensured that we can not only continue to provide peer support and resources to families who have a youth or a young adult experiencing a behavioral health challenge, but now we are also able to provide peer support to parents in the child welfare system and provide targeted support for fathers. If I may, I would like to share just a quick success story with you. We met a mother who had had her son removed for substance use challenges, mental health challenges, and being unhoused. Within 48 hours of meeting this mother, we connected her to a resource for sober living and transitional housing. When she finally had a safe place to stay, she was able to start working on her recovery and make those behavioral changes necessary in order to reunite with her son. As of 2 weeks ago, this mom reunited with her son in her own home, by the way. There were many times when this mom wanted to give up, but we wouldn't give up on her. We helped her learn and utilize new coping skills, find support from like-minded individuals, and advocate for her needs and her son's best interest. That is just one of the many stories I could tell you about our family peer support programs. We have served over 500 families and parents this year alone, and our community partnerships continue to grow. Community-based care agencies, problem-solving courts, and community providers for substance use education, resource centers, mental health, and more. And additionally, we are now able to offer peer support inside of Cornell Behavioral Health Care, offering to be a warm handoff to families when their child is exiting an inpatient stay. And so we ask you for your continued support in this upcoming year. Our other request is for continued funding for NAMI's free support groups, educational classes, and outreach programs. We have partnered with 9 other NAMI affiliates statewide on this initiative, and collectively we have reached over 100,000 people this year. We anticipate that number to more than double in 2025. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Members, any questions for NAMI? Nope. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all you do. I see we've got Ms. Rockwald is a game day registrant, so Esther, if you keep your comments to a minute, I would appreciate that. And you're speaking to us, tell us what you're speaking to us about. Charter review?
Hi, my name is Esther Rockwell, and I have been living in Sarasota County for 39 years. I live in Bentry, and I'm here today to ask that the HOA in Bentry will allow estate sales to be made here. They are allowed in Bentry 1, which is the first part of Bentry, but it's not allowed in any of the other communities such as Woodlands 1, Woodlands 2, and the Hammocks 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Woodland Lakes. And it would help. It come to my attention that a good friend of mine went to her husband's funeral up north, and on the way back she thought she would stop and visit with her daughter in Atlanta. While there, she had a stroke. She never went back to her home, and her son-in-law had to dispose of all of her property. Now, they were able to give some of the furniture away to friends, but most of the other stuff went to Goodwill, and it all went into the landfill in plastic bags by the hundreds. And as a result, it was a shame that they could not use an estate sale to dispose of the property.
Thank you, Ms. Rockwell.
So that hundreds of this plastic bags went into the landfill that could have been sold if they had an estate sale.
I understand.
So as a result, they lost thousands of dollars in the process. And I'm here to see that won't happen to other people. Because
Thank you very much, Ms. Rockwell. We talked in the beginning of the meeting about preemption versus home rule, and if I could preempt every HOA in Sarasota County, I wouldn't mind doing so. But my heart is with the family. Thank you for fighting on behalf of Bentry and all the other communities that are blocked from having estate sales. Thank you, ma'am. Lourdes Ramirez, we're going to pull you up. You're number 46 on the order, but I understand you need to leave early today, so we're gonna give you some grace and jump you up. Mr. Ramirez, you're recognized.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Over the past several years, residents of Siesta Key have consistently protested proposed increases in density on our fragile barrier island. We have expressed our concerns about the extended hurricane evacuation times that these density increases causes. As you know, while state statute requires counties to achieve an out-of-county evacuation time of 16 hours for a Cat 5 hurricane, studies have shown that Sarasota County has an expected evacuation time of 65 hours. As citizens of Florida, we expect our government to enact and uphold laws that protect human life. The protection of human life has been a fundamental reason for the creation and enforcement of the policies outlined in our comprehensive plan. However, years ago, the Florida legislature passed laws that can jeopardize our safety. Among this is Chapter 163.31788A, which allows developers to increase hurricane evacuation times if they offer financial benefits to the government. As an advocate for Siesta Key, I find it troubling that our government can place our lives of our family, friends, and neighbors at risk for financial gain. It's important to note that any proposed development would not reduce evacuation times for the general public, only for the impact of the development. I cannot understand how this situation can be acceptable. When I learned that developers might exploit this loophole that heighten public safety risk, it is just completely distressing to me. How can anyone justify having this loophole in our state statutes? As our representative, you must recognize that Siesta Key is already overly populated. Sarasota County has acknowledged even in court that Siesta Key has the highest residential density in the entire county, with more residential units per square mile than anywhere else in the county. Given this context, you should advocate against adding more people to a situation that's already hazardous to the residents and visitors on our barrier island. I urge you to sponsor legislation that prioritizes human life. Close this loophole in Chapter 163. After experiencing the impacts of Hurricane Helene and Milton, we no longer have to speculate what potential hurricane impacts are. We have witnessed their destruction firsthand. What occurred a few weeks ago can easily happen again. So I thank you for your time, and I hope to meet with you individually to talk about this particular portion of the state statute, and hope you can prioritize human lives over financial gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Members, any questions? Nope. Ma'am, you're recognized. Tell me your name, though.
I will. Thank you for not slaughtering it. My name is Becky Ayesh. I'm here representing the Environmental Confederation of Southwest Florida.
So this is number
I know
55,
it looks like a
members.
but it's not. First of all, EcoSwift, or the Environmental Confederation of Southwest Florida, has been around for over 60 years. We're an umbrella organization for other organizations. We cover Manatee, Sarasota, Hardy, DeSoto, Charlotte, Lee, Collier, Glades, and sometimes Highlands County. I'm here today to talk to you about closing the loophole in the Conservation Easement Statute, Statute 704.06. You've heard today a lot of people talking to you about how important conservation easements are. Since the growth management laws do not exist as we once knew them, and the lady that's been here 39 years, I've been here 46, and I look really young, but anyway. Since those laws have been removed, conservation easements have become the way that we can protect the land in Florida that we need to have protected. The only problem is that there's a loophole, and it establishes the grim reality that land under a conservation easement is not protected into perpetuity. And so we're asking that you close this, and you can do this by making the conservation easement release a judicial process that includes the Florida Attorney General as a representative of the public interest and as a party to the release proceedings. And you can require monies be paid for a conservation easement to be repaid with legal interest. Now, I want to give you an example. I've been around a while, and I used to go to the Southwest Florida Water Management District meetings all the time, in fact, for 30 years. And I was there every time that the district purchased land. And there was a gentleman by the name of Fritz Musselman, and he gave an excellent presentation on why the district should purchase that land. Fast forward to just a few years ago, and the excellent presentation that I heard for a purchase of a piece of land, that particular piece of land was now being sold. And although it was a public hearing, there was really no expert opinions as to why it needed to be sold. This is land that we, the taxpayers, purchase. It's not district land, it's not state land, it's taxpayers' land. And so we need to be very careful with that. And forever does mean forever, and not just how old I get and when I die. I also would like to ask you to fully fund the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. There's still some monies out there, and each year you should be giving the people of the state of Florida the full amount of money that's there so that we can do all the wonderful things that you've heard people talk about, as well as other things. I also want to, I always love coming to these meetings really fast. Hurricane evacuation, we should be making homeowners associations make their community building a hurricane evacuation site. They have everything. They have water, they have sewer, they have toilets, they have kitchens. And the other thing, very quickly, you know, the ag lands, that's great that we're teaching kids about agriculture and its importance, but we don't have any ag lands left. Drive in Sarasota and find some. Old Mayaca with the I, where I live, we have some, but that's about it. Thank you, and thank you for that extra 35 seconds. Have a great day. Happy holidays.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up, Midnight Pass is going to take a skip. Carol? You recognize Carol with Brady Sarasota, United Against Gun Violence.
Thank you all. Representative Nix, I am so sorry about the recent shooting of the policeman down there. Every year, more than 124,000 Americans are shot. Nearly 49,000 of them die, and their families live forever with grief. For a few years now, guns have been the leading cause of death among children in this country. With 23 young people shot every day, at least 5 of them fatally. I'm talking nationwide. Brady Sarasota is in its 11th year of fighting this fight. We've talked to most of you. We'll be reaching out to you, Representative Nix. One thing we've learned, we actually have much in common. Politically to the right, left, or middle, gun owner or non-gun owner, none of us in this room wants to lose a loved one to guns or anything else. So I won't take my time talking about bad laws, and I'm not asking for any money. But instead, I urge you to work with us on safe storage of guns through such programs as Brady's End Family Fire. Think about the 2-year-old who found a loaded gun last week and killed his mother in California, or Ethan Song of Guilford, Connecticut, who was 15 when he was shot accidentally at the home of a friend, whose dad kept his gun in a cardboard box, just knowing that his kid would never touch that gun. 4.6 million children live in homes with access to an unlocked or unsupervised firearm. We've learned through research that nearly 1 in 4 have handled a gun without their parents knowing. Safety. Some states have passed Ethan's law after that boy, the teenager, to get people to lock up their guns. How about pursuing something like that, a strong law like that in Tallahassee? Florida has a safe storage law, but it's pretty limited. Can we work to strengthen it? It's not just children who would benefit from such caution. We worry about the elderly, perhaps the veterans, perhaps lonely, definitely despondent people who make a split-second decision to kill themselves. If they use a gun, there's generally no turning back. Last year, gun suicides rose to a record 27,300 people, accounting for 58% of all gun deaths. A study by New York University a few years ago found that, and please listen closely now, of all U.S. cities with a population over 50,000 people, Bradenton, Florida, had the highest rate of suicides by gun. Sarasota was in the top 5. Our other communities have fewer than 50,000 people. Just briefly, cities and states with the strongest gun violence prevention laws have about half the rate of gun suicides as those in states with the weakest laws. So I would ask you to separate your actions from all things political and work toward gun safety. We can all do that together.
Thanks, Carol. Members, see no questions. I understand, Ms. Miller from All Faith Food Bank, you need to move up in the order. You're number 43 for in your binders.
Thank you.
You're recognized, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairwoman McFarland, and to the rest of the delegation. We appreciate being here. I talk about fundamentals, and I talk like a food banker, which is I love data. So just to kind of get you up to date, this year to date, we have served in Sarasota County and DeSoto, but the majority in Sarasota County, almost 75,000 individuals at 700 different distribution points a month. totaling 301,000, over 301,000 visits to food banks and food sources that All Faiths supplies. We do food as medicine screening through the medical system and through many of the hospitals here. We've screened 36,000 people this year, which has allowed us to put them into the system and actually connect them with other social services that they need. With regard to the children that we feed in schools, almost one in two children, or 50% of our children, are on free and reduced lunch in this county. So what I'm here to ask you today is to support the efforts to bring summer SNAP funds into the state. I know that for next year, we're already not going to be doing that, but for 2026, it's vital. We need to double the space of our warehouse, which we'd love to have you come out and see. We have a 40,000 square foot warehouse with 1 million pounds of food in it at any given time, and we need to double that by the year 2030 in order to meet any of the need that we have. We know we have 200,000 plus neighbors in our county who could use food, and we can't reach them with the space that we have. And lastly, food as medicine is becoming a movement throughout the country, and we hope that we can work through the state to make sure that in Florida we can use food as a prescription to get rid of and mitigate all kinds of disease that we know we can help with healthy feeding. So I'm not here to ask you for something for today, but I'm asking to raise the awareness that we have a major problem in this community, and in my opinion, until we address hunger, everything else that we can do for people is very important and vital to the holistic approach of helping a person. But until we can feed our children, feed our elderly, and feed ourselves, we have a really big open issue. So I'm asking to just bring the awareness with you when you go anywhere else, and that we really need the help through Tallahassee to make sure that we get the support to subsidize the private dollars that we have to raise along with everyone else in order to meet the need.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Representative Buchanan, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Miller, thank you for the presentation and all your organization does. Could I ask, just give us an idea year over year in terms of demand need in our community, how that's changed?
Sure. Well, our need went up incrementally when we got hit by Ian and initially COVID. So we saw, and I don't want to make a misstep in the actual number, but it was almost a 50% increase. So we built our current warehouse 10 years ago to be able to rotate 16 million pounds of food through it. It went up to 22 million with COVID, and it's never gone back. So including, we also respond to the storms. So when we got hit by the storms, our distribution went up another 5,500 individuals from the storms this summer, and hasn't receded. So we actually calculate that there are roughly 200,000 people in the county who would qualify as potentially food insecure based on poverty census and the ALICE report, and what a family of four needs to be able to earn to make ends meet. So, that number's not going to go down. Our goal and mission is to end hunger, but if that means feeding every single one of those people, that's what we'll do. The best scenario would be for us to lift them up economically by helping them while they're food insecure for some period of time, and dealing with all of the other needs that we have, and we do provide a lot of those wraparound services and those referrals to other agencies. But we're serving roughly 75,000 out of what we think are at least 200,000 right now.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the fair. Rory Martin, Scott Eller, Sarasota County Agricultural Fair.
Good morning. Thank you for the time, and thank you for your service in providing leadership in the great state of Florida that you are. So my name is Scott Eller. You know me from Castle, but today I'm a voluntary board member for the Sarasota Agriculture Fair Association, which has been a part of our community for nearly 100 years. And our fairgrounds is a little bit unique. We operate 365 days a year, where 85% of the fairgrounds are seasonal. Our operation involves high school graduations, festivals, the annual fair. But it's also it's an agricultural history and pathway for tomorrow's future for our agriculture society and future farmers and ranchers. But beyond this, there's some things that have been going on. So despite our best efforts, the structures of the fairgrounds have exceeded their life expectancy. While we have patched together the buildings to prolong their functionality, but the lack of dedicated capital funds has got us at a critical point where we're going to have to make some dramatic changes quickly. At the heart of this is our barn. The barn is about a 45,000 square foot structure. It's 75 years old, and it's outlived its usefulness. The past storms have incurred damage on the barns that it's going to be very difficult to repair, and really it needs to be replaced. We have been very diligent on various designs. Rory Martin, our executive director, has been spearheading this. We have an estimate that came in just a little bit over $8 million to replace it. The barn serves not only as a hub for training and education for agriculture, but it's also a critical component for emergency preparedness and recovery efforts. During the hurricanes this year, the fairgrounds hosted Florida Power and Light for over 30 days, 3,200 critical workers that were out in the fields restoring our power and working at the operations center to look at all the logistics and to guide the folks as to where they need to be safely. But what we also did besides hosting this is we provided lodging and also meal preparation. And when we spoke to the leadership of Florida Power and Light, the Sarasota County Fairgrounds is one of it's in the top 5, of critical sites in the state for disaster recovery. And as such, we are needing an investment from the state. We're getting $2.5 million from the Department of Agriculture. Today, we're going to be asking the legislature, the House and the Senate to sponsor an LBR for us for $2.5 million to help us in the effort to rebuild the barn. I want to thank you for your leadership and your guidance, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Members? Go ahead, Representative Buchanan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the context of staging, could you share with maybe the delegation as it relates to this appropriation and how that fits in terms of staging and those times where there's staging occurring at the fairgrounds?
Well, the Ag Barn, and Mr. Martin is here with me, can speak better to this, but the Ag Barn has been used also for housing and a place to stage the work crews that go into the field. And like I said, we incurred severe damage from Milton, and so right now it's going to have to be replaced for further. The other concern, Representative Buchanan, is we're seeing an increased number of storms. We're seeing an increased population size in Florida. So we're trying to gear up for the future. And this is something that we've been very conservative about. We have not been in front of the legislature before to ask for a budget request for any capital changes. But we're also, expansion, and renovation. But we're also doing this because the other item would be that we're going to increase our fees for all the events that we host. And the board of the Fair Association and the executive director do not want to do that. We want to make the fairgrounds accessible for our community.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All-Star Children's Foundation, you've been very patient. Denise Marzullo and Gracie McGillicuddy, ladies, you're recognized.
Hi, you all. Thank you for seeing us again. I remember back when we started, and it was just a dream, and to build this amazing campus to transform foster care through science, innovation, and compassion. And I've got to say, with your incredible support, we've been able to do that. And my dream has turned out better than I ever dreamt in my entire life. And it's because we have really attracted the most incredible team to treat our children. And that's why this dream has to continue. And I want you all to, I know all of you have met Denise, and all of you have taken, or almost, I think all of you have taken a tour of the campus. So please, Denise, tell them why we are so good.
Well, thank you. As Grassi said, I think all of you have visited our campus, and Representative Nix, I'm definitely going to invite him out. I know he mentioned his love for foster care, so we'll definitely be following up with him. Through the children and families who live on our campus, along with the many children we serve in our outpatient pediatric mental health treatment and research center, we have identified many strengths along with so many challenges that the child welfare system is facing. Representative McFarland, I know that this is an issue you have been passionate about, so we really look forward to walking with you all hand in hand as we focus 2025 on disseminating throughout the state of Florida our trauma-informed, evidence-based support that we have identified as being best practices for children in foster care. One example of this critical work is the implementation of our trauma screening and assessment initiative. In 2023, you all know that you passed Senate Bill 1064 that requires all children who enter out-of-home care through the child welfare system receive a trauma screening. Through our partnership with the RCBC, the Safe Children Coalition, we've identified the best practices and evidence-based assessments that really identify not only the severity of the impact of the trauma, but how to best treat them. We know that 100% of children who enter this system are impacted by trauma, and 50 to 80% have significant mental health issues that require professional intervention, yet only 30% are getting the treatment that they need. So our evidence-based trauma assessments identify the trauma symptoms and severity early on so that children get an accurate diagnosis immediately, and services are tailored to meet their unique needs. Once we complete the screening, our multidisciplinary team develops individualized treatment recommendations that are shared with the entire child's treatment team. This is just one small yet critical example of how All Star Children's Foundation is working to positively advance the entire state of Florida's child welfare system and improve the outcomes for children in foster care one child at a time. So thank you again for your time. We invite you to come back out to our campus. You can see all the incredible steps that we've taken to really make Grassi's dream come true. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Members, any questions? Representative Nix, you're recognized.
Thank y'all so much for being here and all that you do. Please make sure you get with Clark so we can get together. I really want to learn more and talk more about in depth the foster care system.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, ladies. Thanks for being here.
And thanks again for making this dream come true. We are really, really changing the lives of children and the foster care system in Sarasota and the state and hopefully the nation. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And last time I addressed you, I had hair. Now I have a white hat instead of white hair. I'm on chemo, but it's watching this, the transformation and seeing the twinkle come back in the children's eyes is why we do what we do. And thank you for what you all do.
Thank you, Mrs. McGillicuddy. All right, Dr. Crosby. Moat Marine. Thanks for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Chair McFarland, Senator Gruters, Representative Buchanan, Representative Nix, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and chat with you all a little bit about our priorities. You have our one-pager with our research priorities. There's 4 of them. Hurricane recovery, manatee rehabilitation, coral restoration, strategic snook stock enhancement. But on behalf of the over 300 staff, 1,537 volunteers, over 10,000 members, and all of the threatened and endangered species, habitats, and ecosystems of our oceans, I want to thank you all 4 of you, for taking the initiative to call me. I didn't call you. You reached out to us after the hurricanes, and you asked what you could do to help us recover, and you made a point of coming out there, each one of you, and touring that site and seeing the destruction. So thank you so much for that. The hurricane recovery effort obviously is a priority. As you saw, the older buildings, a lot of those labs were completely destroyed, whereas the more resilient, more modern buildings were able to survive. So we've got a lot of work to do there to recover the essential science infrastructure there, as well as out at the Moat Aquaculture Research Park, and of course, our public science education and outreach center on the Anna Maria Pier as well. But manatee health and mortality continues to be a priority in the state of Florida. Today, there are over 70 manatees that are in professional care at facilities in the state of Florida, with nearly 60 of those housed at only two, critical care facilities for manatees in the state. The rest of those manatees are at Moat and 3 other secondary care facilities. There is an urgent need. There is a massive bottleneck that is backing up these manatees at the critical care facilities because there are not enough secondary care infrastructure to take those animals out of critical care, so that manatees now in the field are quite often, unfortunately, needing to be euthanized instead of going to a critical care facility. So Moat is working with Florida Fish and Wildlife. We now have a plan that is one of our priorities this year to build a state-of-the-art new secondary care facility and rehabilitation center that will house up to 12 manatees out at the Moat Aquaculture Research Park. That's a great priority. I know Rep. Buchanan, when you were a young man, you spent a lot of good hours taking care of our manatees and in the tank there. So this must resonate with you. And with that, I will leave it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. And of course, I look forward to visiting with you all up in Tallahassee.
Thanks, Dr. Crosby. Members, anything for Dr. Crosby? Representative Nix, you're recognized.
I won't talk much more, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for bringing us out to your facility, and I was extremely impressed with how quickly y'all had acted to make sure that we're protecting the work that you're doing. I've been advocating in Tallahassee for the past 8 years on my own, and now I have the fortunate ability to serve there. It's very humbling, but in my personal opinion, this is, when we talk about return on investment, this is a great return on investment. So thank you for your hard work.
Well, thank you, sir. It's the incredible staff that we have that for weeks before this storm really worked hard, nearly 24 hours a day, to prepare the facilities so we didn't have even greater damage. And then our first responders team that went in there literally had to go in on boats because you couldn't access from land to try to recover that site immediately. And the great support from many, many members and institutions in our community. But thank you very much for those kind words. It's the staff. It's always the people.
Thanks, Dr. Crosby. All right, Arts and Cultural Alliance of Sarasota County. Miss Angelica Hall. Miss Hall, you're recognized.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us here today and for all the time that you're making to listen to your community. We really appreciate it. As you mentioned, my name is Angelica Hull. I am the Director of Grants and Advocacy for the Arts and Cultural Alliance of Sarasota County, and I'm here today with our CEO, Brian Hirsch. So the Arts and Cultural Alliance of Sarasota County serves as the county's designated local arts agency, which means that we represent our arts community as a whole, fostering collaboration and advocating for the arts' role in our cultural and economic landscape. So while we are representing the arts today, unfortunately, we also are not singing our presentation. But we are here to urge the delegation to advocate for the restoration of state arts and culture funding in fiscal year 26. These grants are critical to sustaining Sarasota's vibrant arts sector and leveraging its economic, social, and cultural contributions. Some of these contributions include that our local Sarasota County arts and cultural nonprofits generate over $300 million of economic impact in our area every year. They also contribute $176 million back to household income, so people who are employed with these organizations locally. And they also employ thousands of residents. We also know that we have a strong impact in our attendees. There are over 2.3 million attendees to arts events in Sarasota County every year. And on an exciting note, about 50% of those people come from outside of Sarasota County. So we also know that arts are a major driver for tourism in our county. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
Thank you, Angelica. Thank you, legislative delegation. We're honored to be here. Sarasota has been built on arts and culture, really serving its title as Florida's Cultural Coast. So restoring arts and culture funding reinforces this identity and supports the creative ecosystem that defines our community. Sarasota County itself invests in arts tourism through the Tourism and Development Cultural Arts Program, and our cities, Sarasota, Venice, Northport, and Inglewood, host local initiatives and organizations that exemplify our community's collective commitment to the arts. State support is critical to sustain and amplify this work. The complete veto of the fiscal year 25 state's arts and cultural grants eliminated $1.4 million for Sarasota County organizations, dulling their economic impact. As the voice of Sarasota's arts and cultural community, the Alliance is committed to working with you, our local, state, and national partners to ensure that arts remain a vital force for economic development, tourism, and a quality of life. Once again, we urge you to advocate for the restoration of state arts funding for fiscal year 26. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Ms. Hall, Senator Gruters, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. What were some of the comments you got back from the arts community when that money was vetoed?
It was, I think you can sense, it's a very difficult time for our arts organizations, especially some of our mid and smaller sized arts organizations where their margins are much more narrow. That means they have to curtail some of their programs and their programming and have a greater gap to fill as we look forward to this year.
And, you know, I've served for 8 years now, and the amount of money that we return to this cultural grant program varies depending on the economy and everything else, but I've never seen it completely vetoed before. Is that the first time in its history that it's ever been vetoed?
It is. It's the first time in its history since, I believe, 1979 that it's been a complete zero for state arts and culture funding to our organizations. And again, that was $1.4 million that would have come back to Sarasota County directly this year.
Can you explain how that process works, how you distribute that $1.4 million with the grants?
Sure. So that state process, there is a panel. So all of our different arts organizations apply to the Division of Arts and Culture through the state. There is typically a panel that then scores every single application, and depending on that score, they receive the funding after that. So this year, even though that there were recommendations by the legislature, of course, to receive funding, it was vetoed by the governor.
My only advice is I can't take credit for that veto. I could take credit for a lot of them, but not for that one. But my advice for you guys, because you have so many incredible organizations in our community and with your network statewide, is I would have the board members of those organizations write letters to the governor and write letters to the members and go to all of our offices and go to lunch with as many members across the state and just reemphasize the importance. I know all of us up here understand the need for the cultural and arts grants, and I think the Sarasota County delegation has been a leader overall over the years in trying to push for maximum funding for it. But it's I couldn't believe it when I saw that on the veto list, and so I apologize on behalf of the state, and I hope that we can get some type of return to normalcy moving forward. So good luck.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Sarasota Orchestra. Mr. Joseph McKenna, you're recognized, sir.
Good day. Chair McFarland, Senator Gruters, Representatives Buchanan and Nix. I'm Joseph McKenna, the President and CEO of the Sarasota Orchestra since 2001, and I'm joined today by my colleague, the General Director of the Sarasota Opera, Richard Russell. Our purpose for being here today is to encourage you to support state arts funding in the upcoming state budget. The arts are a major sector of our region's economy, serving as an engine that drives Sarasota's brand and tourism. Sarasota Opera is noted globally and attracts audiences from around the globe. During the Winter Festival, they do more performances and sell more tickets than any other American opera company their size. And Florida Studio Theater, for example, has the highest number of annual subscribers at 40,000, reaching more than 230,000 annually, more than any other theater in the state of Florida. State support for the arts is good for Sarasota, and it's good for Florida. The Sarasota Orchestra recently named its new music director, Giancarlo Guerrera. He brings to Florida the distinction of being a 6-time Grammy winner. Last year was the first year since funding began that the arts were zeroed out. Even during the Great Recession and the pandemic, our state saw the value in providing support for the arts. It was good business. An endorsement from a state grants panel tells people around the country that Florida is vibrant. A grant from the Division of Cultural Affairs is a statement to all, here is Florida's best. And just an additional comment before my colleague joins me. I've been an arts executive in 3 regions of the country over the last 30 years, and this is the first time I have to stand before a body to mention that the state zero funded its arts programs. We look forward to your continued support. Richard?
Good morning. In my role as General Director of Sarasota Opera, I travel the country every year to help recruit the best talent to bring to Sarasota. Like Joe, I'm a national ambassador for Florida and specifically for our region. Your support of the arts is an investment in jobs, the local economy, tourism, and the vibrant brand of Sarasota. In support of these goals, Joe serves on the board of the Sarasota County EDC. Our colleague at FST, Rebecca, serves on the board of the Sarasota County Arts Alliance, and I chair Visit Sarasota County. We are hopeful that your leadership will be in part lead to the restoration of state arts funding. It is important that the anomaly of zero funding last year will be just that and not that of a new trend. Support for the arts is good for Florida and good for Sarasota. On behalf of the arts sector, we hope that your voices are heard and will help to lead to the restoration of state arts funding. We are grateful for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Members, any questions for the orchestra? Nope. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Rebecca Hopkins, Florida Studio Theater. Mrs. Hopkins, you're recognized.
Good morning, and thank you for having me, and want to thank my colleagues for shouting out FST, and I'm going to hope that the third time's a charm in saying that we really want that money restored, and Senator Gruters is 100% right when he says that our delegation has always been the backbone of pushing for funding for the arts and culture, and all I can say right now is we need you now more than ever. And we appreciate the work you have done to do that. But I'm actually here to talk about another need. I am Rebecca Hopkins. I'm the managing director of Florida Studio Theater. I have been so since 1998, so I've been through a lot with the theater. We just passed our 50th anniversary, and we are in the middle of a major capital campaign to build our Arts Plaza. And we, last year, were very grateful for the state funding we did get, in large part to the sponsorship of Representative McFarland. We really appreciate all the support you guys gave on this project. This project is a multi-use building. It is a $57 million project that will complete our campus. This building has the first 2 floors are 3 additional theaters, which will take us from 5 to 8. There are 3 floors of parking to add to the downtown parking problems, shall we say, to add more capacity. And then the part we're asking for state support for is the 3 floors of workforce housing that are topping the building. And I want to give a little perspective. FST alone has over 100 employees, full-time, part-time, put together. We have over 250 guest artists, 450 volunteers in any given year. Sometimes it seems like those 5,000 Sarasota employees work for me, but they don't. But we have, my biggest problem is hiring because of housing. We have no attainable housing for workforce. On top of that, I have to hire and house all the guest artists we bring in. This is not a problem unique to Florida Studio Theater. It's a big problem for all the arts organizations. I would hazard that it's a problem for all the workforce, all the businesses. This project, we're helping to solve that by providing workforce housing for arts workers, including our own actors, our own administrators, but then adding to that out to the broader arts community. The state has already invested $1 million. We're asking them to invest again, but we're matching that. So far, we've raised $42 million from the private sector toward this $57 million project. And we're continuing. We will break ground this spring. We are in the final processes of getting our permits in. We're breaking ground this spring. This thing's going to open in December of 2026, and that's my time.
Thank you, Mrs. Hopkins. Members, any questions for Florida Studio Theater? Nope. Thanks, Rebecca. Thank you. 40 Carats, Michelle Caprellian. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for visiting us. This is, I understand, your first presentation at the delegation.
It is. Thank
After
you.
all your many years of service, it's good to see you.
Thank you for having me. I'm Michelle Caprillion, CEO of 40 Carats Family Center, and thank you all for your leadership and putting the focus on children in our community. 40 Carats' mission is nurturing healthy child and family development and preventing abuse, neglect, and other childhood traumas. Many people know us for our high-quality early learning program, but the vast majority of our work in the community is in parenting education and mental health services for children and families. The roots of mental health are born in the experiences and relationships in childhood. And 40 Carats puts a strong focus on early childhood and the family system because that is the best time for long-term impact, and prevention is much more effective and cost-saving than remediation or mitigation. And needs don't stop when children grow, so therefore we serve children and families all the way through age 18 because having continued care throughout childhood is critical to a healthy, productive adulthood. So we formally partner with over 30 organizations throughout our community, and Sarasota Public Schools and the public libraries are two of our largest ones. And our educators and therapists actually travel to those locations, providing our services on site. And that is how we are able to reach a broad spectrum of people in our community. And they come from all walks of life, with some of the most vulnerable being our teen parents and their children, families experiencing homelessness, domestic violence, and involvement in the child welfare system. We are committed to serving all people, no matter their circumstances or ability to pay. And last year, we served over 5,000 individuals, with 96% of them receiving services at no charge or on a sliding scale. This flexibility allows us to meet the needs of families where and when they need it, because circumstances arise unexpectedly in life, disasters such as hurricanes and other things that impact the emotional stability of our children and families and their future learning and relationship prospects. In many cases, 40 Carats is the only access that our clients have, and without us, they would go without these critical services. The number of families in our community in need continues to grow, and 40 Carats has continued to expand and reach that need. And this year, we are asking for state support to allow us to grow even more and meet these demands that every child and family in our community deserves to have. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Capelli. Members, any questions? Nope, thanks for being here. Visit Sarasota, Ms. Erin Duggan, you're recognized.
Hello. Thank you so much for giving us the time today to speak to you, and also for meeting with us every year when I'm up there for Tourism Day. My name is Erin Duggan. I have the privilege of serving as the president and CEO at Visit Sarasota County. I'm about to come up on my 20th anniversary at the organization. I had the fortune to replace my predecessor, Virginia Haley, who was in the role for 24 years. But after growing up here, Fruitville Elementary, McIntosh Middle, Riverview High School, it's been a true joy to represent this community that I feel so passionate about, and for me to raise my 2 teenage boys in this community as well. I also have the pleasure of serving on the Visit Florida board, and that has also been really exciting and a great opportunity to make sure that our region is represented in the Visit Florida advertising, and they do a phenomenal job as well. I always like to remind folks that it would be impossible for me to take our budget and to try to put our message in front of someone who maybe hasn't even landed on coming to Florida yet. And so how we at the local level really lean on Visit Florida is for really moving the needle and talking people into the great state of Florida. And then I feel like it's our job at the local DMO level to step in and now convince them to come to our region of Florida. As you guys know, tourism employs over 2 million people in the state of Florida, saving folks about $1,800 a household. And we are incredibly appreciative after the very challenging October that we just had with the back-to-back storms, really back-to-back-to-back storms, if you take into consideration the flooding that we saw from Debbie. That Visit Florida was one of the first phone calls that I received that they would give us a $500,000 match. So we were able to take our funds already and implement those matching funds, and we're incredibly appreciative of that. We sprung into action immediately after Helene, and then, of course, again after Milton, and I think you're going to hear from some restaurateurs here in a minute. But we get stuck in this pickle of, we know this place is closed, but we know this place is open. And we want those that are open to be successful. We know that if they can keep their employees working, they can continue to keep a roof over their head and food on the table. And so we quickly implemented the Support the 941 campaign days after Milton hit, so that all of our restaurateurs, all of our chambers, all of the folks in the region could really utilize that hashtag and that marketing message to talk about we're open. And so I think that really did help move the needle. We did a hurricane sentiment study recently, and while we're here, and I cannot get over how resilient this community is, I'm sure you guys are seeing the same thing. All of the entities that were able to quickly reopen, we know that some are working really hard to reopen because they haven't been able to yet. But we did a perception study recently with our friends at Downs and St. Germain. They were the research firm we used. And we know perception is everything, and there's still a little bit of a perception that we've got damaged, so we know that there's a lot of important work ahead of us.
Thank you, Ms. Duggan. Any questions? Nope. Thanks for being here. Mr. Rock, speaking on behalf of your family in support of your sister, let's hear from you. Thank you, Mr. Rock. You're recognized.
Thank you. Andrew, if you could give the delegates one of these. It's back up reading, so. Thank you. Good morning, honored delegates. I'm pleased to represent my sister Pam Rock. You'll notice that she's a USPS, or she was a USPS delivery letter carrier, and she was killed in August of 2022 by a pack of dangerous dogs. My point here is to help us prevent that from happening to anyone else. And you have the power to be able to help me with that. It costs no millions. We have the law. It started last year. We have 2 good sessions. We have a sponsor in the Senate, Jay Collins from Tampa, and we have a representative that I don't have a commitment because he also is brand new. But I'm looking for a sponsor and co-sponsors as we bring the Pam Rock Act back for you to support and sign. So when you see it or hear it, or please step up and sign up for it. Specifically, it does 7 things that will make all the difference in the world. It, in terms of, and the specifics are in there, and I'll be able to answer and go with any of you to any meeting that you would like to hear from it. Let's see, there are, in our package, there are 5 other victims with terribly similar circumstances. An Army vet. She was outside bringing groceries in and was attacked by another pack of dogs. This happened in Central Florida as well. The trends have doubled since 2018. And we don't really know how many there are because they're not always reported as they should be. So part of the Pam Rock Act is to really come up with an automated database that will lock in those particular animals. Doesn't say anything about a breed. I don't care what kind of dog it is. I want to make sure that those that aggressively attack and bite people and kill other pets are identified and they're taken care of by animal control. The solution is in the legislation. We have a good, credible draft version. I'll make it available to anyone. I just need the help in carrying it forward in the session for 2025. So I ask your support as either a sponsor or a co-sponsor as we work together to bring the Pam Rock Act to law and make it safer for Floridians who like to go outside and walk their dog or to go outside and do anything. And I am someone who moved here because of a legacy trail. It was really one of the big draws. I love it. And number 2, I hate to say this, but when you enjoyed the Army-Navy game, I'm one of the guys who was on the other side, and I have to say congratulations.
Thank you.
It was a
you.
great gig.
Thank you, Mr. Rock, and thank you and your family for meeting with me and bringing Pam's story, keeping her story alive. So thank you, Mr. Rock.
Thank you very
Members,
much.
any questions? Nope. All right. Central Florida Behavioral Health Network. Mr. Rivas, you're recognized.
Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be able to speak to you guys again. You guys have supported us for a very long time. We're your managing entity. My name is Luis Rivas. Like you mentioned, I'm the Vice President of Clinical Services at Central Florida Behavioral Health Network. We've been able to have the grand responsibility of doing the public safety net of our uninsured and insured individuals. We right now are managing about $290 million. I do have to thank you guys for a couple of sessions ago. We were able to bring $126 million to our substance use and behavioral health services. We have been able to expand our FACT teams, our CAT teams, lots of multidisciplinary teams in Sarasota, as well as our mobile response teams. So today, what we're looking for is just to be able to continue to do that great work, especially with housing initiatives. We've been hearing it with other members that have come up today. It's just housing's always top needs. So anything that we can do to be able to help assist with that. Also school projects. We've been taking on school projects and working with our mental health services and making sure that we intertwine it with our school districts. And then lastly is the disaster reliefs, trying to make sure that we're able to support our community in any way that we can with that. And you've already heard that. That's all we had. You know, collaborations are essential to our excellence and our help in our community. We support NAMI, we support Castle, we support Lightshare that's in your area here, and we just thank you for being able to support them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Members, any questions? Nope. Thank you for being here. Ms. Neighbors, our new CEO of Suncoast Partnership to Prevent Homelessness, to End Homelessness.
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here today. Again, my name is Taylor Neighbors. I'm the new CEO at Suncoast Partnership. Just to give you an idea of what we do at Suncoast Partnership, we are the HUD designated lead agency in Sarasota and Manatee County, our continuum of care, and we are tasked with leading and facilitating the efforts to prevent and end homelessness in tandem with our service providers, our faith-based community, government and elected officials, advocates, concerned citizens, and people with lived expertise and experience in homelessness or housing instability. We are recognized as a collaborative applicant for federal and state funding to prevent and end homelessness to the tune of about $3 million a year. We serve as the pass-through entity for the state of Florida Department of Children and Families funding. We administer the federally recognized Homeless Management Information System with over 200 users from 29 agencies within our COC. This data helps us increase collaboration, prevents duplication of services, and allows our COC to strategically plan. We support agencies through training and assistance when it comes to program operation. We manage our community's coordinated entry system to be able to prioritize those experiencing literal homelessness for housing interventions. And today I'm here to ask you all for your assistance in continuing some of the funding that we do receive. First and foremost is continuing our homeless COC recurring staffing grant. That's about $5.2 million. Each COC in the state of Florida, there are 28, receives about $185,000 for operational expenses, which include expenses related to salaries, office space, equipment, things of that nature, to be able to do the work that I just mentioned. Additionally, we ask that you continue to support the recurring challenge grant funding, which would include making the $10 million in non-recurring appropriation in fiscal year 24-25 reoccurring for unsheltered individuals. The challenge grant funding is a flexible funding source that we are able to tap into to either prevent a family or individual from becoming homeless or quickly move them off the streets. Just a quick tidbit, I know I mentioned about making the non-reoccurring funding for the unsheltered individuals. Just to note that in our annual point in time count last January, we had about 653 individuals in Sarasota County and Manatee County that were experiencing literal homelessness. So this funding will help get those folks off the street into housing and get the support services wrapped around them.
Thank you, Ms. Neighbors. Members, any questions? Nope. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Sarasota County HOA COA Group, Anthony Petit.
Thank you for pronunciation. Correct.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, almost afternoon. My name is Anthony Petit. I'm actually a professor of law and business, and I have served on HOAs. I've gone through all the training, and I've actually studied the law, and I want to thank you for HB 1203. It's a step in the right direction. And I'd like to advocate for two things specifically today for the next legislation, and that would be for estate sales and to create another reserve fund that would help residents bring their claims against HOAs. As you understand the concept here, HOAs are there and they serve a very good purpose, but sometimes they get there's abuses there, and residents have to defend themselves against the HOA. Yes, I understand that there are provisions that award attorney's fees, but what I'm looking for is, first with the estate sales, it's a one-day event, that it's less invasive. The legislature's already done daily changes to the law with trash cans and trucks, which are daily, which an estate sale would only be one day a year. And I don't think it's that much of an intrusion upon the community. I wouldn't oppose it. Secondly, and more importantly, is to create a mandatory reserve fund where the community, the HOA, would collect attorney's fees and create a fund that would fund residents when they challenge or have to defend themselves, especially the elderly and the infirm and the disabled. As it currently is now, there's a cottage industry where attorneys who represent property managers, insurance companies, defense attorneys, and professional organizations that represent property managers, but there's nothing that represents a resident. And I'm asking the legislature to take another step and another look at the HOA law and create a mandatory reserve fund where a resident, which it's likely their number one asset that they own, and especially in Sarasota County, it's a significant event because there are not too many recourses against a board that does go rogue, and the only way they would have that opportunity is to file a lawsuit. And I think with the mediation and the alternative dispute resolutions that are in place, if we had a mandatory reserve fund that would compensate or at least share in the legal expenses for residents, that would go a long way in balancing the interests of the HOA, the community, as well as the landowner, because property rights are very important in this country. And with that, I would just end and entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Petit. Representative Nix, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Petit. I just want a little bit of clarification.
Yes, sir.
When I look at the packet and I see the topic of presentation, it's allow for 2 estate sales within 6 months of the death of a resident, whereas in the letter it states 2 estate sales for 1 year. Which one are we looking at here?
It's really the way it's drafted is for the discretion of the legislature, because right now it's prohibited in some communities. So at this point in time, it's up to the discretion of the legislature. 2 a year would be fine. I guess it's for per home or per residence, not per community. And I just wanted to stress that.
Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Shawnee Roby, Light Share, Behavioral Wellness and Health and Recovery. Ms. Roby, thank you, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak this morning. First, I'd like to just thank you for the work that you've done in this community to help folks with mental health and substance use disorders. You've done so much, not just for LightShare, but for everyone in this community. You've helped save lives and keep families together. In our community, people who suffer with the aftermath of the opioid epidemic, it's basically taken the lives of so many here. So that, combined with just mental illness and the other social determinants of health, have created insurmountable obstacles for children and families. So your commitment to what you've done to impact the lives of people here in this community and who seek the services at LightShare have just been amazing. So one thing that you've done is you've been able to help us open a 24-hour walk-in center. That walk-in center is a harm reduction strategy that helps people any time of day or night 365 to get help that they need, whether it's crisis support, crisis emergency services, or just general walk-in services. You've been able to help us provide more mobile response team interventions, counseling and therapy support, as well as peer recovery support, and things that people truly need to stay alive. So as you know, the work doesn't stop here, though. So we have worked on a No Wrong Door campus that you all have helped us work through. We have a crisis unit on one campus. With your help, we've opened a walk-in center. And then we're also asking that you help us continue this work with the continuation of a medical detox that will help save lives. Clearly in this county, the work doesn't stop. The opioid epidemic has really impacted us very greatly. So we're asking that you consider continuing this work, opening up a medical detox, or allowing us to help with opening up a medical detox. Again, this reduces the burden to law enforcement, EMS, the sheriff's office, SPD, and everyone else by having a one-stop shop. And we provided some information for you there.
Great, thanks, Johnny. Members, any questions? Nope. Thank you, Ms. Roby.
Thank you so much.
Oslo Theater, you're up. Mr. Charlie Husking.
Good afternoon. Because you've already heard from so many of my colleagues in the arts, I'll keep my comments very brief. First, I want to thank the legislative delegation for its past support of the arts. Representative McFarland, I had the pleasure of taking you on a tour of the Oslo's new production facility a couple of years ago, and I hope you left from that tour understanding how important it is in terms of job creation and economic impact. It's really kind of an arts factory. And Senator Gruters, you asked what the reaction was when the veto came. I can tell you at the Oslo, we had just hired a new producing artistic director about a month earlier, and he was frankly stunned. He said, you all told me that Florida was a great state and really appreciated the arts, so we had to assure him that this was an aberration. To be clear, the Oslo raises most of its funds from ticket sales and support from generous private donors. I'm sure that's the case with most of my colleagues. State funding only accounts for about 1% of our budget, but its absence can mean one fewer staff member hired or one fewer education or outreach program that is mounted. And for smaller organizations and emerging ones, the loss of these funds is even more critical. Funding of the arts counts for only about 0.1% of the state budget. But that support demonstrates that the state recognizes that the arts, just like clean beaches and good schools, contribute to the quality of life of our citizens. And the state gets a good return on its investment. A study by Americans for the Arts in 2023 said that the arts produce $5.8 billion in economic activity in Florida and account for nearly 100,000 jobs. So I want to thank you for your past support, and because I have a minute left, I wouldn't be a good board member if I didn't urge you to go see our new production of Beautiful. Even if you didn't grow up on the music of Carole King like I did, I think you'll enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Nope, thank you. City of Venice, Mayor Pachota. Apparently we do need to invest in transportation.
Good one.
Thank you, sir. You're recognized, Mayor.
Thank you guys so much for accommodating our schedule this morning. I'm pleased to tell you that Venice SMH is now a 61-bed ER, and I do appreciate you guys making the time for me. So, wastewater reclamation facility equalization tank, that's what we have before you today. It is a $6 million project. We're looking for about $750,000. We do serve a regional need. We service about 1.5 million gallons of effluent from the county. So this equalization tank is going to be better for us as a region. It will reduce environmental impacts and reduce the amount of need for chemical treatment by allowing all of that effluent to sit in the tank and then equalize in nutrients. So I'm really excited about this project and appreciate your support. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Nope, none for the delegation. Thank you for being here. Ms. Sizemore, Florida Dental Hygienists Association. You're recognized, ma'am.
I'm Shankisha Sizemore. I'm a Florida hygienist, and I am a longtime member of the Florida Dental Hygienists Association. I live locally. I'm also associate professor at State College of Florida Dental Hygiene Program. I've actually had the opportunity to speak to some of you with my students in Tallahassee about our initiatives on dental access to care. The FDHA supports expanding access to quality dental care. We thank you for supporting two bills that passed this last session. The bills allow dental hygienists to participate in the loan forgiveness program if they participate or practice in high-need areas and provide a pipeline for licensed hygienists working in other states to join our state's workforce. For the 2025 session, we ask your support of legislation authorizing a mid-level dental provider who will provide uncomplicated dental services. The provider is a dental therapist and would be educated and trained alongside students seeking to become Florida dentists. This bill sponsors are Senator Jay Collins, Senate Bill 82, and Representative Linda Cheney, House Bill 21. This legislation will extend the reach of public and private dental practices into underserved areas. Many countries in 13 states in the United States have authorized these mid-level providers. Among other requirements, the candidate must graduate from an accredited dental program and take the same state licensing exam a dentist takes for like procedures and pass the Florida licensure exam. These providers do not practice independently. A Florida licensed dentist remains in complete control of the services they're employed. Dental therapists will perform at the level at which the dentist will supervise them. Just some statistics. Florida has the highest rate of emergency department visits in the country for non-traumatic dental conditions for children aged 14 and younger. When someone goes to the emergency room for dental pain, they're simply given an antibiotic and a painkiller and are told to see a dentist. However, Florida adults and children simply cannot afford or locate a nearby dentist. I have seen this firsthand. Our program developed a Healthy Smiles program here in Manatee and Sarasota County. We held 3 events this year. We saw over 150 children, and of those 150 children, 82 of them had significant gross decay. Unfortunately, due to the access barriers, we are not able to get those children connected to a clinic that can see them immediately. The dental therapy mid-level provider will bridge that access to dental care. So we would appreciate your support for the bills coming forward, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore. Next up, Alzheimer's Association, Mr. Scott Burkheiser. Sorry, members. Yep, okay. Mr. Scott Burkheiser, you're recognized.
Distinguished members of the Sarasota Legislative Delegation, I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. My name is Scott Burkheiser, and I am one of the many faces of Alzheimer's. I was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's in July of 23 at the age of 56. I know many of you have been touched by the realities of Alzheimer's and dementia. Florida is at the epicenter of this health crisis, with the second highest number of individuals living with Alzheimer's in the country. In a recent Rush University study, 6 out of the 67 counties in Florida were ranked in the top 100 counties in the country. Just over 580,000 Floridians are living with Alzheimer's disease, including an estimated 20,200 here in Sarasota County, which equates to over 12% of our 65 and over population. I am proud to advocate alongside the Alzheimer's Association. With your support, we may remain optimistic as we propose our 2025 legislative priorities. First, it is imperative we educate our community about the early warning signs of Alzheimer's and the importance of brain health. We must raise awareness of what to look for and when to go and speak to your doctor. We are advocating for funding for a statewide public health awareness campaign that utilizes multiple media platforms and focuses on those from underserved communities who have a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's. Now that there are drugs available that slow the progression of Alzheimer's, early detection is critical. It took me nearly 4 years to get diagnosed from my first visit. Second, we must continue to increase funding for critical respite services. Over 840,000 Floridians are dementia caregivers, and over 66% of caregivers manage their own chronic conditions. We must support these individuals. Respite services through the Alzheimer's Disease Initiative provides so caregivers can have a break. Currently, there are over 18,000 individuals on the wait list for services. Additional funding to eliminate the wait list is vital. Finally, we ask the legislator to continue supporting the funding of the Alzheimer's Association Brain Bus. The mobile outreach program travels the state providing information on brain health, warning signs, and caregiver resources. Through the support and funding from the legislator, the Brain Bus has been able to travel to all 67 countries every year. On the behalf of the Alzheimer's Association, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and we will see you in Tallahassee in March for our annual advocacy days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkheiser. Appreciate you being with us today.
Thanks.
National Popular Vote, Ms. Deb Mazzaferro. You recognize, ma'am?
Thank you. Deb Mazzaferro, resident of Florida since 1987. National Popular Votes, subject matter expert since 2017. Co-founder of Floridians for National Popular Vote. Every year since 2017, we've had a bill in Florida sponsored. This year already, we have a 2025 House Bill, number 33. And each year, we've never had a committee hearing. So that's my ask today, is that you open your minds and open your doors to having a committee hearing, which usually in elections and, the most obvious committees. Florida is no longer a swing state. We just went through an election. 7 states, not including Florida, decided the election. That's only 20% of the entire U.S. population. So we had no campaign visits by major candidates. Our campaign spends are way down. This is a huge impact. Florida's voice doesn't matter anymore. It's time to take a look at this. We're at 209 of the 270 votes needed. This law is eventually going to go into effect. Florida could be part of it, but even if they're not, it's going to go into effect 2028, 2020, 2032. Eventually, this is going to become law. And we're not even looking at it. I appreciate all your time and your public work, and I hope that you're available for my team statewide to come and visit you either in Tallahassee or in your offices. And I also am available, I want to mention to the entire public, go to Floridians for National Popular Vote, and we'd be happy to come and speak to your group.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Nope. Thank you for being here. League of Women Voters, Ms. Philia Johnson.
Philia Johnson for the Sarasota County League of Women Voters, and I'd like to compliment you on your endurance as I'm sitting here watching. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about closing the write-in loophole. In 1998, Florida voters passed the Universal Primary Amendment with 64% of the vote to open primaries to all voters if only candidates from one party were running. In 2000, an advisory opinion by the Florida Division of Elections created a loophole that allows write-in candidates to file paperwork to run in the general election, effectively closing the primary. Both political parties in Florida used this loophole to promote ghost candidates, to close primaries and exclude voters from primary elections. Ghost candidates are candidates who are not really running, but file to influence the outcome of the election. They do not raise or spend money on their campaigns. They do not have websites or staff. Many do not live in the districts they're running to represent. A report from Florida Open Primaries found that from 2000 to 2022, 114 of 137 primary races were closed to write-in candidates that did not spend any money on their campaigns. In those 114 races, Republicans and non-party affiliated voters were prevented from voting in 47, and Democrats and NPA voters were prevented from voting in 67 races. A recent study by the Florida Trident found that in 2024, more than 2 million Florida voters were prevented from voting in at least one state or local election because of the loophole. Sarasota County has an example in the recent District 1 County Commission race when 49% of voters were not allowed to vote in the primary that determined the outcome of the race. Legislative language to close the write-in loophole already exists. It was introduced in 2017 by Republican Commissioner Sherry Plymell during the Constitutional Revision Commission process and was supported by the Florida Supervisors of Elections. I've submitted that language in your packet. Since 2000, 8.2 million voters in Florida were not allowed to vote in an open primary, contrary to the clear intent of the original amendment. The League of Women Voters requests that the Florida legislature pass a joint resolution to place a proposed constitutional amendment on the 2026 general election ballot, amending Article 6, Section 5B to say, if all candidates for an office have the same party affiliation and the winner will have either no opposition in the general election or opposition only from one or more write-in candidates, then all qualified electors, regardless of party affiliation, may vote in the primary elections for office.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Operation Warrior Resolution, Ms. Kendra Simpkins-Walsh. Good to see you, Kendra. You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman McFarland and the rest of the delegation. Thank you for the opportunity to stand here in front of you today. I'm the founder and CEO of Operation Warrior Resolution. You're likely familiar with our nonprofit that serves military veterans in Sarasota County. And we're the leading mental health care provider outside of the VA here. We exist to fill the gaps of the VA and provide advanced treatments for PTSD and trauma that isn't offered to veterans and their families within the VA system. More than anything today, I wanted to come here to express my sincere appreciation to this delegation who has graciously supported OWR to receive appropriations over the years. We receive calls on a regular basis about veterans who are suicidal, and we've been able to get them immediately within treatment. Within 24 hours, they're meeting in front of a therapist. And this is because the veterans trust us. They know that they're going to get the care that they need, and it's going to be effective for them. And this would not be possible without your support. You're truly helping us save these lives. 1 in 5 veterans are struggling with PTSD, and they are 75% at higher risk for suicide than civilians. And there are 17 veteran suicides each day. And the recent reports show that suicide numbers are up with service members, and we're not even in a wartime era. In Florida alone, there are hundreds of veterans who die by suicide each year. And here in Sarasota County, it's in the double digits. Veterans rely heavily on community-based organizations outside the VA, like OWR, and it's our mission to extinguish these high rates of suicide. This is a highly complex issue, and we are dedicated to combating it from all angles. The CDC states that there are a variety of factors that go into veteran suicide, and we address each of those factors. We provide innovative mental health programs, and our data is showing that 87% of veterans are showing an improvement in PTSD and depression, which is a higher suicide risk. We've also done brain scans that show that the brain has completely integrated and resolved trauma, so it's not just subjective to standardized measures. We are providing ongoing support with coaches and therapists to ensure that veterans are building new coping strategies and resilience against stressors of life. And we have a strong focus on building a healthy community so that veterans have peers they are connected to and can engage in activities with other veterans. Now, this year was our most challenging year during Hurricane Debby. Our facility located here in Sarasota encountered a total loss with 2 to 3 feet of floodwaters. We lost everything, but we did not stop operations because the veteran community needed our mental health services. We moved to doing telehealth and even moved to reserving rooms in the library so that we could do therapy sessions. So they were still getting what they needed. And we'd ask your support in helping Operation Warrior Resolution to get into a new treatment facility, but not just a new location to provide services. This will be a place where we can serve significantly more veterans with our unique programs that are performing in the top 8% of all mental health care clinics nationwide. There is nowhere else on earth like this, and we would like to bring this right here to our local area for Florida veterans here in Sarasota and Manatee counties. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simpkins Walsh. Next up, Solar United Neighbors, Ms. Julia Herbst. You're welcome. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, members of the delegation. Thank you for your service and this opportunity. I'm Julia Herbst with the nonprofit organization Solar United Neighbors, and we've partnered with many partners here, organizations and municipalities on our solar education and consumer protection projects. I'm here to ask you to support rooftop solar and do everything in your power to expand the adoption of this technology that runs on locally sourced Florida fuel. The number one way to do this is to protect net metering. It's the foundation of a healthy solar industry, and it assures solar owners receive full and fair value credit for the extra electricity from their private investment that they share with the grid, often at times when the utility is most strained with costly high demand. Rooftop solar saves Floridians money. We're suffering from skyrocketing expenses on everything from food and housing to insurance and utilities. As temperatures and electricity rates soar, so do our bills. Solar is a part of the solution for the region's affordability crisis. It reduces electricity bills, it raises our home value, and when paired with batteries, it provides safety net after storms and grid outages. Solar is not only helping people afford a home, it's putting them to work. We're seeing some of the largest employment growth in the United States. These are good paying, local, stable jobs. Most of the solar jobs are in the residential market, not the utility scale, as home solar requires more workers per every kilowatt installed. And with the Florida Solar Apprenticeship Program, the first and only registered with the United States Department of Labor, there is a growing workforce of fully trained, highly qualified, and certified solar energy contractors. We urge you to defend net metering to provide certainty for the clean energy market so companies can make long-term investments that drive competition, innovation, and lower energy costs. Florida is a top-ranking state for installed solar capacity. It's actually number 2 for the residential capacity, with over $24.5 billion invested. These billions of dollars stay local and pump neighborhood into our neighborhoods. Rooftop solar is critical for energy security and dominance. It's local, stable, abundant, and it's the least expensive way to generate electricity. It avoids volatility and fluctuations that come with imported fuels and cumbersome centralized control. Solar and home batteries promote consumer choice and energy freedom from monopolies. Floridians love freedom, energy security, and low energy costs. And since solar keeps money in Floridians' pockets, the savings make home and business owners more financially resilient, able to weather storms, and gives them economic security in times of disaster. Having been all too impacted by multiple hurricanes, more and more people are able to keep the power running with solar and battery storage. This is what resiliency looks like in Florida, and I urge you to support a healthy and robust rooftop solar economy and protect net metering. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up, Sea Alliance, Sandra Morix. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Xander Moritz, and I'm the founder and executive director of Sea Alliance, a youth-led intergenerational nonprofit using innovative technology and techniques to organize Floridian communities and the youth vote, led here in Sarasota. Our movement spans 50 of Florida's 67 school districts, and here in Sarasota, our work is led by students and alumni from every single Sarasota County school. We worked with community members aged 13 to 92 to bring you 3 priorities today. 1, public education. 2, housing. 3, climate resiliency. A strong public education system cultivates a skilled workforce, attracts businesses, reduces inequality, and fosters civic engagement, laying the foundation for long-term economic prosperity. Affordable and accessible housing enables greater consumer spending, workforce mobility, and improved health and education outcomes, all of which contribute to a more robust and equitable economy. And climate resiliency not only mitigates the cost of climate warming and also generates new jobs, but lowers energy costs and strengthens economic resilience. So all of these issues improve daily life for Sarasota residents while also building towards a stronger long-term economy that continues to meet our needs. On priority 1, public education, we ask that you increase per pupil spending, increasing funding for early education, and improve voucher transparency and accountability. Florida is ranked last in the country for teacher pay when adjusted for cost of living, and we're ranked 44th in the country for per pupil spending, which is really bad. In 2005, Florida spent $7,400, which adjusted for inflation is $11,334.25 per pupil on education. Florida's per pupil spending this upcoming school year is estimated to be $8,959, demonstrating a 26% decrease per student. We need to close this gap and reinvest in our students, especially when it comes to early education, something Representative McFarland, I know you know about. In our materials, you'll find research that shows that every $1 invested into high-quality early education programs yields a return of about $4 to $16 in public benefit to the economy. And something that's really important to emphasize here is that this economic benefit is for society. These are public returns, benefiting everyone. However, people will only be willing to support these investments if you are transparent about how our schools are being run. And in our materials, you'll find recommendations on how to increase transparency and accountability for our public schools. You'll hear about the other 2 priorities from another incredible community member today. And I just want to thank you for your time, for listening to us, and we're excited to see y'all in Tallahassee.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Julie Forrester, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Julie Forrester, and I also work with Xander at Sea Alliance. I'm going to use my time to talk about the other 2 priorities that he mentioned. I also received my master's in public policy degree from the Harvard Kennedy School, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. The second priority is combating the housing unaffordability crisis. Florida's housing crisis is hurting our families and our economy. Hardworking folks can't afford to live where they work, and businesses struggle to find employees. The growing gap between wages and housing and insurance costs is making it increasingly difficult for many Floridians to afford a place to live, and this crisis is affecting Sarasota residents even more severely. The price-to-income ratio, which indicates affordability, is about 7.4, which is much higher than the national average of 3.5 to 4. You will find a comprehensive plan for addressing the housing unaffordability crisis in C's provided materials. We ask that you work to increase wages, address skyrocketing insurance premiums, and empower local communities to address their unique housing needs. This means cutting red tape, incentivizing affordable housing development, and saying no to one-size-fits-all mandates from Tallahassee. Specifically, we ask you to repeal the Live Local Act, which is harming Sarasota residents by preempting local controls and regulatory abilities. Additionally, we ask that you fully fund and protect the Sadowski Trust Fund, which is dedicated to affordable housing development. The fund has been repeatedly raided for other purposes, diverting critical resources from addressing the housing crisis. Let's put Florida's families and our economy first, ensuring everyone has a chance to thrive. The last priority is investing in climate resiliency. Protecting Florida's future and property rights requires smart investments in our resilience. Initial estimates suggest the combined damage from Helene and Milton in unincorporated Sarasota County alone exceeded $375 million. And statewide, this number rises to $100 billion. We can't afford to ignore the increasing storms and rising costs. We have a comprehensive list of specific recommendations in our packet that discuss ways to leverage federal funding to fortify our natural defenses, improve stormwater systems, make homes and businesses stronger, modernize our energy grid, and accelerate electrification. By doing this, we protect what matters most: our economy, our property, and our communities. Urgently, the legislature must seize this critical opportunity to leverage expiring federal funds from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Acts to build a more resilient Florida. The U.S. Department of Energy found that energy efficiency programs saved consumers $8.4 billion on their energy bills in 2020 alone. Let's take the resources the federal government is offering, take the burden off of Sarasota residents, and take control of our community's future. By strengthening our public schools, decreasing cost of housing, and increasing our climate resiliency, we are improving quality of life for Sarasota residents in the short term while building a stronger economy that will serve us for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forrester. Great. Castle. Melissa Larkin Skinner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. I want to say first, thank you so much for all the years that you've supported me and my prior organization, which was Centerstone, as you know, providing mental health and addiction treatment services. About 5 months ago, I left there and came over to Castle to work with Scott Eller. Castle is community assisted and supported living. And the reason I left after 30 years in the mental health treatment space is that I know firsthand how important housing is. Everything that we do, whether it's medical health care, mental health care, substance use treatment, none of it makes much of a difference if people don't have a safe place to lay their head at night. So I decided I wanted to spend the rest of my professional career working in the space of trying to bring affordable housing. And it's not just affordable housing where we put up apartments and then we go on to the next thing, but it's affordable housing where we've developed partnerships, both public and private, to make sure we're actually creating a community for the people who live there, whether it's for people who are getting 30% of the area median income and can't afford to live anywhere else, people who are veterans with disabilities, people who are adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, people who have been homeless for years and years and years and finally have a place to live and stabilize. Or our most recent thing is that we are doing housing for youth who are aging out of foster care. So while we talk about affordable housing, a lot of people talk about it now, we're focused on people who are otherwise not thought of. And we're creating communities for them so that they can thrive. So I want to thank you. I know I can count on your continued support in my new role with my new partners. And we'll continue to create places for people to live and supporting them in their living environment. Just a small example, Arbor Village on Fruitville here in Sarasota has 80 apartments. We are hitting our 5-year anniversary at the beginning of next year. It has 71 people moved in there in the beginning who were chronically homeless. That's homeless for a number of years. And we've been able to help them stay in those apartments. I think 96% of them have remained in those apartments in those 5 years from the people that first moved in. So that's just proof a little bit of how important it is what we're doing out there.
Thank you, Ms. Larkin-Skinner. Area Agency on Aging, Maricela Morado.
Hello, thank you, Chair and members of the delegation, for your continued leadership and for being champions for the seniors in our community. Your support ensures that our older adult population can age with dignity, safety, and access to critical resources. First, I want to express my gratitude for the recurring statewide general revenue funds allocated in prior sessions to programs like the Community Care for the Elderly and the Alzheimer's Disease Initiative. These investments have had a significant and positive impact on seniors and their families. My name is Maricela Morado, and I serve as the President and CEO of the Area Agency on Aging for Southwest Florida. I am here representing our agency, one of 11 area agencies on aging in the state of Florida. We were established under Chapter 20 and 430 in Florida statute and operate under contracts with the Department of Elder Affairs. For over 50 years, our mission has been to coordinate, plan, and provide home and community-based services to seniors, adults with disabilities, caregivers, and their families. Our agency serves as a vital one-stop shop for seniors, connecting them to Florida's long-term care programs and providing essential resources that help them remain safely at home. Last year alone, we served over 72,000 seniors in our region through the Elder Helpline. That's just one of the programs that we do, demonstrating the increasing demand for these services as Florida's seniors population continues to grow. As Florida continues to experience growth in its senior population, the demand for these services will only increase. That is why your support for our 2025 legislative budget priorities is critical. These priorities address Florida's most at-risk seniors, ensuring they receive vital services like home-delivered meals, personal care, respite care, and transportation. By helping seniors remain at home, these programs not only enhance their quality of life, but also save taxpayer dollars. The annual cost of in-home care through programs like the Community Care for the Elderly is a little bit over $6,600, compared to $93,000 for nursing home care. This session, we are requesting funding increases to expand services for seniors currently on the priority wait list. These priorities are aligned with the Department of Elder Affairs legislative budget request and the Florida legislators' 3-year long-range financial outlook for fiscal year 25 and 26. And I've provided that information. These programs represent a strong return on investment for Florida, reducing costly nursing home placement and empowering seniors to remain active, engaged, and independent. Finally, I encourage you and your staff to continue referring constituents to our services. We rely on your partnership to ensure seniors and their families know that these resources are available for them. We want them to know that our services exist before it's too late and they cannot benefit from everything that we have to offer. My team and I stand ready to assist you in serving your constituents and addressing your unique needs. I appreciate your time today, and I hope and wish you a happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Stand for Health Freedom, Bailey Kukendall.
Okay, my name is Bailey Kirkendall. I'm the Associate Director for Stand for Health Freedom. The top 2 priorities for our nonprofit in Florida are number 1, to repeal the language about the International Health Organization, also known as the World Health Organization, from ruling over our state. As you might remember, 2 years ago, SB 252 was filed and passed with language that would give the WHO jurisdiction. Floridians have lost trust in the global and federal public health authorities after their disastrous policies during the COVID pandemic. I urge you to understand that health and public welfare powers rest first in the state governments, and then the federal government only has as much power locally as we give them. In 2024, Louisiana and Oklahoma both removed the UN, the WHO, and the WEF jurisdiction and made it so any guidance or edicts cannot be enforced. We are a sovereign state inside a sovereign nation and believe a simple repeal of 2 lines of language protects our state from overreach from an unelected and unaccountable agency. The second legislative priority in our state is to start working on guardrails for school-based health centers, also known as SBHCs, which is how I'm going to refer to them. If you're unaware, our state allows for medical services above and beyond an Advil for a headache in a school. Putting healthcare centers inside schools is one of the loopholes used to effectively lower the age of consent without doing so statutorily. SBHCs subvert parental rights by removing parents from the examination room altogether, along with written pre-consent from the parent for all services offered, and in some cases, all year long at school. While some policymakers market SBHCs for convenience, the result is unattended access to millions of children. The underlying agenda is to suggest that the real problem lies with the parents, as they are the obstacle standing between children and compliance with medical mandates. To thwart these efforts, we are asking you to make every effort to recognize the importance of parental involvement in a child's health care and require parental presence at every healthcare encounter. The safety of our children must not be traded for convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Florida retired teachers, retired educated. Nope, they're not here. Support our schools. Ms. Carol Lerner, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. I am the director of Support Our Schools, a nonprofit education advocacy organization here in Sarasota. Since July 1st, 2023, unknown amounts of public monies have been spent to fund Universal Education Savings Accounts, known as ESAs, that provide an average of $7,800 per child to pay for private school tuition, tutoring, textbooks, homeschooling, and other goods and services. The problem is that the public does not know how many dollars have been spent on ESAs, nor does the public know how many students are receiving ESA scholarships and other goods and services. In other states like Arizona, a major state budget crisis has been created because of the high number of residents using ESAs. This is now sucking 10% of the Arizona state budget. And we here in Florida don't know if that type of crisis is happening here. Equally troubling, the officials at Sarasota County Schools have told Support Our Schools leaders that the school officials have been denied information on how many Sarasota students are receiving ESA scholarships and other goods and services. It is also important for the public in the district to know which private schools and program services are receiving public dollars. Furthermore, public records and information requests from Support Our School leaders have been routinely ignored or left unanswered by the Florida Department of Education. Since ESA application processing, distribution of funds, and oversight has been outsourced by the Florida Department of Education to a nonprofit agency outside of government, Step Up Our Students, requests for public records and information has also been ignored by this outside agency. This is contrary to Florida Law, Chapter 119 of the Public Records Act. The law states that both government agencies and government contractors, like Step Up for Students, must comply with the Public Records Act. This information on ESA is vital to both the public school district administrators, and I pointed out to the state in general. Prior to passage of the March 2023 legislation that ushered in these accounts, the Florida Policy Institute predicted that ESAs could cost taxpayers as much as $4 billion. Is that the case, or are the dollar figures higher or lower? We need to know this. We call upon the Sarasota legislative delegation to take proactive actions to force the Florida Department of Education and its contractors to release data on ESAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lerner. Ms. Todd Williams? Yep, Democratic Public Education Caucus of Minnesota. You're recognized.
I'm here to ask you to take a stand against Trump's plan to have ICE round up millions of men, women, and children, incarcerate, and deport them. I'm here to remind you that as a Jew, this is chilling. Not allowing immigrants in our nation is what my family and the European Jewish community faced. By 1945, 6 million had perished because we and other nations wouldn't take them in. My father's parents arrived in 1921, the last year East European Jews in any real number could still immigrate to the U.S. because the Emergency Quota Act ended it. My father never met his grandparents nor most of his family. They were murdered. My grandmother's sister wrote begging for help to bring them here, but there was nothing they could do. These are my great-grandparents, Akiva and Gidel Teichman. He died in Auschwitz in 1944. These are my grandmother's sisters. They, too, were annihilated. Many immigrants come to escape danger and for economic survival. Most faith traditions welcome the stranger. In Judaism, it's our most repeated commandment. It's in Christianity, too. I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty, you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. I ask you to sponsor this resolution. Whereas only 1.3% of the U.S. population is Native American, and we are a nation of immigrants whose talents and hard work resulted in the U.S. becoming a leading nation in the world. And the 1921 Emergency Quota Act and the Immigration Act of 1924 drastically cut immigration to the U.S. and resulted in millions of European Jews never being allowed entry into the U.S. and being murdered in the Holocaust. And Trump's prior separation of 5,000 children from their families and putting children and adults into cages violated basic human rights. And Trump used terms poisoning the blood, criminals, animals, vermin to describe immigrants. To drum up anti-immigrant hate is reminiscent of propaganda used by Hitler. And his current stated plans to round up millions of immigrants, including children, and deport them are inhumane, undermine American democracy and our global standing, and immigrant children have the right not only to be here, but Plyler versus Doe has held all children, no matter their status, are entitled to the same opportunity to a public education as any other child. And immigrants have always been vital to our economic prosperity nationally and particularly in Florida. Now, be it resolved that elected officials, civic and religious leaders say never again to the rounding up and deportation of children and families. Do everything in their power to uphold people's civil liberties, protect children and our students and their families from extremist deportation policies. Stand behind previous policies that prevented ICE from entering our schools, houses of worship, or hospitals. Have state government council put together legal strategies and plans to protect students, their families, and require judicial warrants signed by a judge from a U.S. district or state court to enter a private area like a hospital or house of worship.
Ms. Todd Williams, thank you for your, we've got your letter here. Thank you for your passion presentation today.
Thank you.
We have Melissa Mazeda is our last speaker on the agenda today. Thank you, Ms. Todd Williams. And Ms. Mazeda, you are one speaker card, but I know that you have a lot of guests here with you. Would everyone who's with Melissa like to wave? Thank you all for being here. Ms. Mazeda, why don't you approach the microphone?
Good morning, or good afternoon now. My name is Melissa Mazeda, and my agency provides support coordination services to adults and children with developmental disabilities. And this handsome fellow right here is my friend and bodyguard, Tim Headley. And there's three things that I want to impress upon. There's three things that I want to impress upon you guys today. The first one is that there are general disabilities and then there are developmental disabilities. And the Agency for Persons with Disabilities was actually created in 2004 and only serves people with developmental disabilities. The name of the state agency would actually be more aptly named if it was the APDD, because they only serve folks with developmental disabilities. There's over 5 million people in Florida with a disability, but APD has less than 62,000 people in that state agency. So the developmental disabilities is a very small subset of the disability population. Those 62,000 people that are in APD are divided kind of into two groups. People that are on the iBudget Medicaid waiver program and CDC program receiving services, and the rest of the folks are on a wait list. Developmental disabilities includes Down syndrome, spina bifida, cerebral palsy, intellectual disabilities, an IQ of less than 70. And they're called developmental disabilities because they occurred in the developmental years, oftentimes from birth. And developmental disabilities are lifelong. So the first point is to understand that there is definitely a distinction between general disabilities and developmental ones. The second point that I want to make is to impress upon you is how the Medicaid unwinding has affected people with developmental disabilities in our state. Millions of Floridians went on Medicaid during COVID, and because they lost their jobs. By December of 2022, there was over 5.5 million people in Florida on Medicaid. It's a huge number. The Biden administration gave the go-ahead to the Department of Children and Families to start unwinding people from Medicaid in the spring of 2023. At that time, the Agency for Persons with Disabilities had approximately 35,718 people on the waiver and CDC program. And instead of separating that very small amount of people, they mixed them in with 5.5 million people. And they've unwound those folks from receiving Medicaid. These are people that were on Medicaid long before COVID came into effect. And dropping these folks from Medicaid doesn't mean that they no longer are clients of APD or that they don't have a developmental disability. What it actually means is that their providers are continuing to work for free, because you cannot just abandon somebody with a developmental disability because you're not getting paid. So my agency alone has had to hire 2 additional administrative support just to deal with this bureaucratic nightmare. And what I should be doing instead is hiring support coordinators to take people off of that wait list. Senator Gruters, your office has helped to reinstate more than 40 people's Medicaids, just your office alone, between Vicki and Jeremy. And just one more point, I'm sorry, is developing a quality workforce. There's language that you guys have that was put in there, but the Senate made an effort to do this last session, but it was kind of late. They addressed it during budget conference and identified $50 million to help improve the workforce and actually for us to be able to hire people. If we want to tackle that wait list, this is a great way to go about doing that, to be able to expand that provider workforce. If you look at APD's website, all 6 regions have critically listed services. So that $50 million would definitely be helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Mazeda.
I'm done.
Yep.
I know. My 3 minutes is up, but thank you.
Thank you for being here, and thank you to all of you who have made it here to sit through our meeting today. Thank you, guys. So, folks, this is the end of the agenda for people who signed up ahead of time. I know we have we have 13 cards of people who want to speak to us. I'm going to drop it down to 1 minute. We have the space for 9 more minutes, and I know the county has another meeting behind us. as you all are coming up to come speak to us, I want to just recognize all of our staff. All of us who sitting up on this side of the table, our team is here. They're actually all sitting together. This is very convenient. So would you all please just stand and wave? So if you want to talk more, or talk further, please reach out to these guys. We all have open door policies, and we'd love to speak with you. So with Ms. Mazeda's organization, I have Mark Becker and Stephanie Norden. Would you guys like to speak to us? You don't have to. Melissa's been in great touch with all. Okay, yep. You're recognized, Mr. Becker.
Thank you for giving me the time to speak. My name is Mark Becker. I'm the father of a 40-year-old daughter who has developmental disability with cerebral palsy and seizure difficulties. The amount of needs for daily living is a lot of navigating for all. Brittany's challenges are great. That is why the Medicaid and I-Budget Waiver is a vital program for Brittany and other Florida families. In Brittany's personal journey, the many individuals in her life, coordinators and staff who worked at getting therapies and programs that fit Brittany's needs has been great. As Brittany is getting older, her needs are increasing and programs are becoming more and more vital. What I'm going to propose is more money approved to support the Med Waiver I-Budget Waiver program. Brittany being in it for over 20 years, this program showed me it is a good program. Also, please add safeguards that developmentally disabled are not unwound from the program. This causes great challenges and fear to them and their families. My last proposal is to allocate more funding to increase pay for the frontline workers of people like coordinators and staff so they can make it in financially in their own personal life, which I believe is very important. I've seen how they have spent a lot of time and effort in their responsibilities. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Next up. Ma'am, if you just introduce yourself as you come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Norden, and I hail from Collier County. I have two boys that are 15 on the APDI budget waiver, and I came for two purposes. A, to support my friends in Sarasota, and B, to look Representative Buchanan in the eyes and thank you for what you did last year with House Bill 1271. There were many parts of that bill that will change the landscape and positive outcomes for families for the end of time. One of those pieces is the application for people who are interested in enrolling in this program. They can now go online. So over the summer, I collaborated with the Agency of Persons with Disabilities to create this application, which has rave reviews already. I had a family message me this morning and say, Steph, it took 35 minutes. My goodness, thank you. So moving forward, I would like to see an expansion of what they've done with this application to move on to other opportunities for families, like when they're established in the program and they have to update their records, have a portal, just like DCF does with their food stamps. Same sort of concept over here, and I think it would really help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norton. It's good to see you again. Ms. Rosa McKenzie, Florida Inmate Visitation List. Hi, ma'am. You're recognized. And Charles, you're...
Hi, I'm Rosa McKenzie, and I'm here to ask for your input, and that if you can take to make others aware that it is very important to increase the number of persons that are allowed to be on the Florida Inmate Visitation List, because it has been proven that when they receive visitors, the response when the visitors are gone is much better in every institution. However, many visitors cannot go because of the distance that they have to travel to get to where their loved ones are. And so if they would increase the number of visitors, more people will have opportunity to come and visit the inmates, improving the state at the prison, as well as allowing more people chances to go without, to decrease the financial burden. And many members don't go because of the finances. And if we can get that, more people will be able to go.
Thank you very much. Mr. McKenzie?
Thank you.
A ditto is acceptable. That's...
Good afternoon. Quickly, 59 seconds and running. The importance of visitation
and extending the list, I think, would facilitate that for the following reasons. Improved behavior. Those who do get visitation tend to be more disciplined. Misconduct has decreased in some instances by as much as 25%. A reduction of recidivism. Those who get visitors are 6 times less likely to return to prison. That's a public safety and fiscal issue. Family reunification, that's important when it comes to reentry. A sense of safety. Those who have relatives and friends who are incarcerated get a chance to know that they're okay. The geographic piece was mentioned in terms of distance, because sometimes a family might be in South Florida or Central Florida, and the inmates might be in the Panhandle or Southern Alabama, which I call it. So I think that extending that works for fiscal health, and it works for the health of the inmate as well as the family and friends.
Thank you, sir. Cy Day Smith, Voices of Florida. It's good to see you. I remember when you came to visit us in Tallahassee. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you, and congratulations on your recent elections. My name's Ida Smith. I'm with Voices of Florida. I wanted to talk to you today. You know, there's been a lot of discussion that has been brought up about the hurricanes that happened and how it affected a lot of people. And so in light of that, I think it's actually incredibly impressive that we had an 84% voter turnout this last election. That's phenomenal, especially considering how many people lost their homes. They lost mail-in ballots. They had so many issues, and they still showed up. And I'm so impressed, bipartisan in Sarasota, for doing that. With that said, 56% of those voters voted in favor of Amendment 4. And for anybody that doesn't know what Amendment 4 is, it was an amendment that proposed removing politicians from personal health care decisions regarding abortion. 56% is a pretty decent majority, especially in a county like Sarasota, where it does lean right, which goes to show that overwhelmingly Floridians really believe in the right to abortion, or at least in the idea that 6 weeks is simply not enough time, something that has been echoed by many right-wing and left-wing politicians bipartisanly.
Thank you, Ms.
56% is what you were voted in on. As representatives, it is your job to represent the people and the voters that gave you your positions, and I'm just here to implore you to support and put out there the idea of repealing the 6-week ban, because
you,
that's
Ms.
clearly
Smith.
what your constituents have asked for.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
The Loveland Center, Mr. Patrick Guerin.
Thank you, delegates. First, I want to thank you for the support that you've given the Loveland Center over the past few years. It's vitally important to being able to allow us to provide affordable housing to our individuals. Today, I'm here to actually represent the 250 families that Loveland Center serves and give you their legislative priorities. First, we want to make sure that we are maintaining Medicaid waiver services for all who are funded. Secondly, we want to see if we can develop a streamlined process to reuse allocated but unused med waiver funds to be able to serve more people on the pre-enrollment wait list for the state. We would ask that we develop a program that we can educate our family on how to access med waiver services. We're asking also that there is a development of a automatic and timely notification to providers of a crime committed by a current direct support staff member that is currently working, and a Medicaid exclusion list for criminals and people who create abuse and neglect towards individuals with disabilities.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you do. Environmental Defense Fund, Alexander Dessard.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone here for your time. My name is Ali Dysart. I'm a Senior Policy Specialist with the Environmental Defense Fund, representing over 285,000 Florida members. We use science and economics to solve pressing environmental issues. I want to thank all of you who voted in support of the flood disclosure bill this past session, as it's a particularly challenging year, and we look forward to continuing our work on flooding solutions, including renewing the state's Resilience Trust Fund. Next, as many of you may know, Florida is 75% reliant on imported natural gas as a fuel source. We're sending millions of dollars outside of the state. The good news is that industrial scale solar is now 15% cheaper than building new natural gas plants. We are looking for your support in advancing policies that prioritize diversifying our energy sources to strengthen Florida's energy security. And last, with electric vehicle registrations in Florida now surpassing 400,000, about 7% of the market, Florida stands as a national leader in clean transportation. We are pleased to see Florida leveraging its nearly $200 million in federal funding, and we're looking forward to FDOT putting these projects forward in 2025 and 2026.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Horn, John Horn, Cafe on St. Armand's.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to hear me. I'll be very brief. One, I just want to say thank you for the two of you that attended the roundtable when we were talking about the stormwater drainage. And I just want to keep that top of mind as we're working with the city and the county, that we can keep the state involved as well. I mean, it is a problem on St. Armand's. No one's brought up anything today. I know it's not a state issue, but we've got to do something to protect the crown jewel of Sarasota. And so thank you for your thought. Representative Nix, great to see you on the dais. If I ever hear you spilled another alcoholic beverage, I'm going to have to come and talk to you about that. It's embarrassing, sir. We'll go with that. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate your help.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Lorna Perez, Moms Clean Air Force.
Hi. Ready? Okay. I'm Lorna Perez. I'm a field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, and we represent over 186,000 moms, dads, and caregivers across Florida, united against air pollution. Our mom partisan volunteers are committed to protecting our children's health and advancing equitable solutions to pollution. I welcome this opportunity to share two main priorities we work on across the state: clean transportation and clean energy. Florida has some of the dirtiest natural gas power plants, which emit harmful pollutants, and our vehicle emissions are the largest source of air pollution in the state. This damages our lungs, hearts, and brains, especially for children. That's why we're advocating for electric school buses to offer a clean ride for kids. Sarasota County has already adopted some electric school buses, and we thank you for your leadership on this, and we're excited to see continued adoption of clean transportation vehicles. We're also pushing for Florida to invest more in solar energy. Our reliance on dirty, expensive natural gas harms both our health and economy. While solar offers a cleaner, cheaper alternative, I urge you to continue supporting clean transportation and renewable energy for a healthier, more sustainable Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Vicki Knightswander.
Thank you for this opportunity. I had 5 items that I turned in, but I'll only speak to the last 3. You already have the sheet of paper, so you have all of them. Okay. I'm number 3. Appropriate place and tree planting of new buildings and developments should be required in the building approval process. I have a proposal with the Tree Advisory Board here that has been there for close to a year. This proposal would save homeowners hundreds of thousands of dollars if the location and the type of tree was appropriately reviewed as part of the building application. I've lived in 3 communities where oaks planted in the wrong place by the developer become the problem and the responsibility of the homeowner or the HOA at significant expense. Number 4, thorough traffic studies, particularly crash data at intersections within 1 mile of a new building or development, needs to be a priority of variable in the building approval process. That's really important. The last one deals with developers carrying some of the expense when there is flooding when they build in a floodplain. And you have it in writing, so you have it in front of it. And these are reasonable, responsible, and the right thing to do.
Thank you, ma'am. And please feel free to reach out to us to share more information. Elise Young. You're recognized, Ms. Young.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name's Elise Young, and I'm a resident of Sarasota, and I'm a constituent of Senator Gruters and Representative Buchanan. My husband and our two younger children moved here from upstate New York almost 2 years ago because of all the work you, your colleagues in the legislature, and Governor DeSantis have done in making Florida a beacon for freedom and a refuge for Americans who value the ability to make their own informed medical decisions and who cherish their parental rights. So I did leave a few copies of a package that I have here. I'm just going to touch on a couple things quickly. I request that Senator Gruters, I wish he didn't step out, would reintroduce SB 680. This is a model bill nationally, and Florida could continue to lead the country in preserving medical freedom as informed consent, parental rights, and privacy are priorities of the new administration. Medical liberty constitutional amendment, I figure go big or go home. Pass a joint resolution by the Florida legislature for the following constitutional amendment. No law may require or coerce a person to receive or use a medical product or impose a penalty or deprive a benefit for refusing a medical product.
Thank you, Ms. Young. We all have your packet up here, and I'll make sure that I read through the rest of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Amy Villela McBride.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy Villela McBride. I'm a resident of Sarasota, also constituent of Gruters and Buchanan. And I'm also speaking on behalf of the Global Wellness Forum, which is a nonprofit that I'm the executive director of. Also wanted to speak on the related issues of wellness, informed consent, transparency, and bodily autonomy. So recently, I'm sure you heard our Surgeon General Latipo speak out against fluoride. While I know this is a county issue, I would really like to see us take this up on the state level. There was just a major lawsuit that set precedent out of the District Court of Northern District of California that ruled on behalf of the Fluoride Action Network and its plaintiffs that adding fluoride to our water is an unreasonable risk to the health of children. So the EPA will be forced to regulate against this soon, but I think Florida should take the leading state example and ban it statewide first. There's plenty of medical evidence for that. I also wanted to see if we could get support against Senator Ileana Garcia's SB 56, which strictly prohibits weather modification. So I would love to see some co-sponsors and support against that. I'll be meeting with Joe on that. Lastly, I want to see if he will introduce his bill, SB 222, that did not pass last session, which was an excellent bill on civil rights and medical freedom, as well as Privacy Act. And I'll be following up with his office on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, Katie Bennett. This is my last speaker card.
Good afternoon. I promise I'll be brief. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to y'all today. My name is Katie Bonnet. I'm the Florida Government Affairs Manager for the Alliance for Safety and Justice, or ASJ. ASJ is the advocacy arm for crime survivors for safety and justice, or also known as CSSJ, which is a national network of crime victims that aims to create healing communities and influence public safety policy. We have over 14,000 members here in Florida, over 200,000 nationally, and we advocate for policies that benefit those most impacted by crime and violence. We partner with organizations like the Associated Industries of Florida, which I know Senator Gruters stepped out, but he was the keynote at the October Confab, and also the Christian Coalition. We appreciate the full support of the delegation for our bill this past session by Senator Simon and Rep. Snyder, which unanimously passed, but unfortunately was vetoed. It was about safety, and that's why we supported it. It prioritized accountability, limited disruption, and connections to work for low-level technical violations of probation, and gives judges additional tools to keep communities safe. We also will be advocating here and across the state of Florida for trauma recovery centers. We tried last year for one in Duval County. We will continue trying, and I know you'll look forward to hearing from our members about that. So thanks so much for your time and for your service. And I love coming to Sarasota. I'll see you guys in Tallahassee when you're there next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And sorry, I understand I skipped over your speaker card somehow, but if you'll just come up and introduce yourself. And you can close us out for this year.
Good afternoon, honorable representatives and Senator Gruters. I'm speaking on behalf of Gran Paradiso HOA. I'm the president, about 2,000 houses, and issue at hand is the noise pollution, which happens along the US 41 for many reasons, including the project of improvements along the US 41. I personally contacted FDOT, And I was contacted by a couple of managers. However, no fruitful outcome came. So being a state road, and I know that you have been supportive, specifically Representative Buchanan of West Villages in the past, and we have the new representative, Representative Dix, and we will come you to Gran Paradiso.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so I have your community down, and we're going to talk to DOT and find out what their timeline is for the vegetation replanting.
Yes, my only observation is that probably don't have the funds right now, and that's why I'm here today, that you might graft on a bill something appropriation, because that will be the helpful way.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
All right, members, we went a little bit over time. I apologize, but I thought it was important to hear from everyone before Tallahassee. Thank you to our team. Thank you to the county for hosting us. Members, would you any closing comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all the members of the community that came out today. It was an honor to spend some time with you. It's been an honor to represent you over the last 6 years, and I look forward to working with you on those issues most important to our community over the next 2. I also want to thank all those folks that came out with developmental disabilities, those that have been advocating for and pushing for the reduction of the wait list. That's something that we're going to continue to move the needle on this upcoming session, and it's been an honor to represent you in District 74. Thank you.
You're up next.
Chair McFarland, first I want to thank you for running an absolutely exceptional meeting. Phenomenal job was done today. I'd like to thank everybody for taking the time to come see us so that we know how to properly go back to Tallahassee and advocate for our communities. We're very grateful for your time that you spent with us. Thank you to those, on top of what you've already said, Representative Buchanan, speaking on the foster care system and our water quality issues that we have. And business rent tax and getting it eliminated is very big for me, so I'm excited to go to work for that as well. But thank you for your time. I look forward to representing District 75 in the state of Florida.
Thank you very much, and apologize for going over. Everyone, thank you for being here. Thanks again to the county. See no further business before the delegation. Representative Nix moves we adjourn and rise.